Well, it's disconcerting when you're sitting here and you look and your head's.
And your head's, yeah. She on there?
Call in. No, we don't do. These all work. Are they on now? Is it hot mic? Are the mics hot?
Yes, mics are on.
Oh. Gonna come.
She was with something else. I don't know if it was the city. Something happened.
She was gonna make, no, she wasn't gonna make the presentation.
No.
TJ?
We're waiting for one more commissioner.
Problem.
I should have to be able to show that. I mean, you like, I'm like, this is right, and I'm like, really. So, no. On that it exists, loading her now. I just responded.
There we go.
Can you hear us okay? Perfect. All right. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting on March 14th, 2024. And I'm thrilled because we're in my hometown. But today, actually, we have a welcome from Mayor Sparacino in the city of Medford.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, Commission. Welcome to the city of Medford. Thank you for being here. We're grateful for your commitment to leadership in transportation and for tackling the challenging issues that come your way. In your travels across the state, I understand that you often hear about the struggles local governments face in their interactions with your agency, be it regarding Highway X or Policy A or Policy B. But today I want to break that mold and ensure you leave with a positive message from the city of Medford and our community and our region. First of all, I feel a special thank you is in order for your help with delivering the Foothill Road project, supporting our alternative mobility targets, contributing to and leading the South Stage Road overcrossing interchange study, and the Highland and Barnett Road dual right turn lane project that will make Interstate 5 a safer route for our commuters in our region. These initiatives are not just projects, they are tangible examples of positive change happening right in our community and not only impacting our city of Medford, but also our entire region. I also want to acknowledge the impactful leadership of Darren DeVol, the Region 3 manager, Jerry Marmon, the Rogue Valley area manager, and Jeremiah Griffin, District 8 manager. Their dedication and connection to our community make them invaluable partners in addressing our transportation challenges. We appreciate their collaborative spirit and look forward to continuing to work with them together in improving transportation in our region, in Medford, and ultimately in the state of Oregon. Again, thank you for joining us here in wonderful Southern Oregon. We have brought the sunshine in for you guys today, and hopefully you enjoy it and have a very productive meeting. And again, welcome to Medford. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to use your space. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to the work we do today. So thank you again for welcoming.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item B, which is public comment. I believe that we have 4 people signed up at this moment. So is Sarah on virtually? Morning, Sarah.
Good morning. I hope you have a really good meeting and I hope you have a wonderful weekend too. The weather for Oregon is beautiful. So my name is Sarah Iannarone. I'm Executive Director of the Street Trust. Thank you for having us here to give comment today. I want to make sure you all know that the Oregon Active Transportation Summit will convene this June. So I will extend an invitation to all of you so that you can be a part of that conversation if you so desire. I want to give you a heads up. I just got off our e-bikes for all working group meeting between 8 and 9 today, and we wanted to flag that the electric vehicle definitions established through HB 4103 is just very beginning of a conversation. There was also HB 4067, which was an electric micromobility task force that Rep. Wynn had forwarded, which did not get funding in Ways and Means, but that work still needs to be done. So we really want to connect with ODOT staff in particular about making sure that we flush out the very, very bare bones of that electric bicycle definitions bill that was passed this last session. I wanted to offer a quick comment on the strategic action plan. It's why I originally signed up. I have a little bit more on my agenda, as all of you do, following the governor's announcement earlier this week. But the strategic action plan, we're grateful for the work that the staff has put in on that. And we're grateful for the work that you've put in as well, getting that to a very good place. I do want to offer some encouragement in the right direction on some of the safety aspects. I do believe that the implementing actions are still a bit weak. The language is pretty, it doesn't foster what I would say accountability on really moving the needle on the traffic fatalities epidemic that we need to see. So we really need to see some concrete investments along with some of those aspirations to make sure that we do hit that goal of reducing traffic fatalities and serious injuries rates. And I will talk just for a minute about the governor's letter on tolling and where we go from here, because the Street Trust has been a bit of an outlier insofar as a community-based organization. We have been supporting tolling for the last couple of years and put an awful lot of work into educating the community and making sure that we did not lose options as we consider a very broad option set in 2025 for funding. I call it the patchwork quilt of funding that ODOT is going to need as it transitions off the gas tax. And I know that I come from an organization that has resources and many have far less than we do. And we cannot in the future undermine our ability to build community coalitions to get some of this work done in 2025. So what I would really like to see from the leadership, ODOT leadership, legislative leadership, OTC, and even the governor's office, is a clear plan communicated to the public about the longer term transition that we need off the gas tax. We know that this biennium isn't going to fix it, but if the public doesn't understand where these different trade-offs as we move off the gas tax are coming from, how there are net benefits to them, how we will try to do this equitably, we're going to encounter for every new revenue stream that we try to engage the public around, whether it's increases at the DMV, VMT taxes, whatever new charges we come up with, we're going to get the same backlash and response. We really need to learn from the failure of tolling, and I'm just going to call it that because a lot of us put in a lot of hard work to try and make sure that we implemented particularly congestion pricing in the Portland Metro. What can we do now to make sure we're being clear, accountable, transparent with the wider public about how we are going to make this transition happen, how we're going to focus on making sure the needs of our most vulnerable communities are met, and how we're going to make sure that we do this with accountability and transparency, because government trust is at all-time lows and we really need the public to believe in us that we're going to get this done. So thanks for taking my comment. Feel free to engage us anytime. We're here to support. And again, have a very good meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for your comments. Whoops, she's gone already. So I was going to say something else to her, but I'll talk to her later. Okay, our next person signed up for comment is Rich Stevens. Done? Okay, we'll go to 3. How about Mr. McAfee?
You mean Mr.
John?
McCabe?
McCabe, excuse me.
That's okay. You should feel fine. They mispronounced it the same way when I was on The Price is Right. But when I put my name over, I came running down. So it does happen sometimes. Anyway, so I had emailed out back in January when it was made as a public record, the audit for the year ending 6/30/23. And the key takeaway was the $810 million in the ending fund balance and the $425 million increase in revenue for the year 22/23. lot of money, and it's like, where's it going to go? And there's a whole bunch of people that would like the money, but now with Abernathy Bridge not being told, there would be a good use for the funds. Overnight, I also sent another another email in, and from an ODOT employee who is in the finance area said there is no planned federal funding for the Abernathy Bridge. Even though over the next several years, ODOT is getting $1.2 billion, none was going to go to that bridge. And that's not a good feeling to everybody out here that has to deal with the diversion. And then right now on the commercial paper that's been issued for the bridge, and it's in that same email, 177 million was issued by some date. And it's very vague on how it's going to be repaid back. And hopefully that is adjusted in any future issues of commercial paper on the Abernathy Bridge. And one of the things that needs to be looked at on the tolling, they keep on talking about the back room. Now that we're looking at the I-5 bridge, why are we reinventing the wheel? Why aren't we coordinating with the state of Washington, who already has a back room? A lot of time, money, and energy can be saved if there's a coordinated effort. Now, the OTC had budgeted under the prior chairman $80 million for this activity. And I'm like, rather than spending the whole 80 million, if we coordinate on the back room and other issues, put that saved money into someplace else. And hopefully it will be looked at that way. And then the last item is the experience we've had for the last several years on tolling. When we bring up certain issues, we would always be told, we'll look into that for you. And constantly, it wasn't looked into. Nothing ever came back. And that's what I think built up so much anger in so many people, is the lack of transparency and the lack of helping people in our community to try to address with the issues that we're dealing with now of diversion already occurring. And it's like, we're on our own. Hopefully the day goes better, but thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. And I believe that staff will be getting back to you since you emailed us. And we'll have more conversations. Thank you. And then the last person signed up to speak today is actually in person. And so Nick Card, if you'd like to come up. Yes, I would. Thank you.
Commissioners, Director Strickler, thank you so much for being here in Southern Oregon. It's really good to have you down here. My name is Nick Card. I come before you today wearing many hats. I am a member of the Medford City Council. I am a board member for the Oregon Trucking Association. I am part of our local Chamber of Commerce. I'm third generation in a family trucking business, and I'm a Medford resident. And the thing that weaves through all of these parts of my life is transportation. And without successful transportation, without a well-connected, well-maintained transportation infrastructure, none of these roles would be possible. And so before we start talking about the future, I would like to acknowledge the past. And I appreciate what you all have done for this valley and this area in terms of transportation. I'll echo the mayor's comments on the Foothill Roads project. I drive that road every day, or well, I did before it was closed, but I drive that every day, and it's exciting to see a 2-lane rural mountain road turning into a 4-lane highway that will enable safety, transportation, and connectivity in our valley. Thank you so much for that support. We also have the 2-lane project to widen our turn lane at exit 27 onto Barnett. This is a project that will help the largest regional medical provider, the thousands of people that go in and out of that facility every day. thank you very much for your support of those projects. Speaking of Exit 27, one of the items on your agenda today, item I, is related to an interchange, whatever those stand for Exit 27. I want to call out ODOT in particular because it's through your collaboration and creative problem solving of the ODOT staff that we were able to come up with a solution. Exit 27 is like a lot of pieces of transportation infrastructure in this state. It was planned really well, and our planning wasn't good enough. And Exit 27 has grown, or the capacity on Exit 27 has grown much faster than our expectation. But through this plan, through these alternative mobility targets that we were able to develop with ODOT, we believe that we have a solution to help make sure that this interchange continues to serve the critical function of providing transportation to and from I-5 for a growing part of our valley. So I encourage you, please vote in support of that. The City Council fully backs that, and we're excited to keep working with ODOT on improving that interchange. I also want to bring your attention to a future project, a hopefully future project that we're going on at South Stage. We're looking at an overchange, an overcrossing or an interchange at South Stage. I want to thank ODOT again for the work that you're doing on running the study that we're currently participating in order to evaluate those options. This is going to be an expensive project no matter what. And our preliminary findings are that the no-build scenario isn't going to meet our needs. I know as you guys travel around the state, you hear a lot of requests for funding. And so I want to try something a little different. I understand that ODOT's funding is in a critical situation right now. So what I want to pledge is our support. Mine personally, as the city, the many organizations that I represent, help us help you. Let's go find that money so we can get these projects off the ground and build the infrastructure that our community and our state needs to continue to be successful. We need our state legislature to act. We want to be there to help you push for that action. We need the federal government to step in. We want to be there to help you push for that action. So my ask is this: let us join you as we try to find the money that we all know we need to keep our well-connected, well-maintained infrastructure going for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. I think all of us agree that this is something that has to happen statewide in every single community. If we all work together in partnership, we can get a lot more done than trying to compete against each other and push back. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Well, I believe, do we have any other public comment? Okay. Apparently, Mr. Stevens isn't going to join us. So we will move on to item C, which is the director's report and the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Brown, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Department of Transportation. Thank you. I have several items for update today. Certainly, as always, if there's any questions as we go along, happy to address those or at any time during my update and my remarks. It's significant that we're here in Medford and we're starting to tour back around the state and just the opportunities that present themselves with that. So I want to thank the team for the tour, and I want to thank the commissioners for making the time to do that. And I've got a little more of my remarks a little bit later. But starting first with the Sunset Empire Transit District update. So you'll recall that in April of 23, the Sunset Empire Transit District suddenly suspended transportation service simply because they were running out of funds. Our team and your direction moved quickly to approve a loan to allow them to really get back up and running and really serve that community on the coast. In May, you approved the statewide Transportation Improvement Fund formula plan for SCTD through a combination of OTIB and STIF funding, OTIB being the Oregon Transportation Infrastructure Bank. We shared the resulting audit report that came from that work. You had asked us to investigate. Our team had done that alongside them and created a corrective action plan and came up with advisory recommendations in October and November. So I want to give you an update of where we sit today. As of March Sunset Empire has been working with ODOT, our Public Transportation Division, to complete that required corrective action plan that came before you before. I'm happy to report that the plan was finished and the corrective actions were implemented, all except for Action 3, which is due the end of this month. Action 3 was preparation of the July 24 to 25 budget, and that is due by March 31st. So still awaiting that piece. Based on the progress made, ODOT has begun resuming reimbursement for Federal Transit Administration grant funds. STIF funding and disbursement had already been resumed by the commission in November, and about 22 employees have been called back to work, which has enabled the reinstatement of 4 fixed routes, 4 paratransit routes, all operating 7 days a week. There are no plans to expand beyond that service as of right now, but it is a good news story that the transit district has found themselves back in operating condition. My next update is 3 DMV updates, and I'll go through each of them quickly. You'll recall during the pandemic and difficulties in staffing, we had to close many DMV offices across the state of Oregon. Most have reopened, and I'm now happy to report that the Sandy DMV office opened again on Tuesday, February 27th, and began resuming service for Oregonians. They are open 3 days a week at this point, and they are staffed with folks from Gresham. So we still have the resource issue where we are transferring staff from one office to another, sometimes over long distances, to provide that service. But it is important, and I applaud DMV and our administrator there, Amy Joyce, for advancing that and recognizing the customer service aspect. Also happy to report that amongst all of that transition to offering English and Spanish online knowledge tests for regular driver's licenses, as of March, about 15% of the tests taken have chosen the online service option. So we're starting to see an impact, and that's a positive benefit for Oregonians as well as, frankly, our staff and the administration. The pass-fail rate, because we get that question sometimes, are they passing more frequently, less frequently, et cetera, in the online? And what we're seeing is that it's roughly the same as in-person knowledge tests. So a good news story there. And then the third DMV item is preparing for the May 2025 Real ID enforcement date. It's a date that has continued to move. I know you've been tracking that for some time, sometimes from different chairs and under different direction. But the legislature just approved DMV to hire 26 limited duration positions to allow us to staff up and really accommodate the influx that we're going to continue to see leading towards that enforcement date. The costs for that will be paid out of the $30 supplemental ID fee that customers pay to secure the Real ID, and so the cost will help cover those 26 positions. The next update I have is for interstate bridge replacement. A lot to report there. In early February, I was able to visit DC as part of the AASHTO conference, and that included meetings with congressional leadership as well as USDOT leadership to really help to advance the conversation on interstate bridge. In addition to that, Shaylin Batt, the administrator for the Federal Highway Division, he actually made a personal visit to the bridge. He was able to walk out on the bridge. And as you all know, that's a telling story as to why that bridge needs to be replaced. And he reinforced that they're a partner in an effort to replace that bridge, and that schedule is everything. Schedule continues to be the primary factor. In February, the program and the DOTs also had the opportunity to host U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. He came in for a roundtable to really sit with our equity team that's been doing the equity work and meet with community partners on the IBR program. So that was a big day, and we topped it off, and he topped it off. It included both governors in the visit, and topped it off with a celebration of one of the bridge's 107th birthday. So he managed to even blow out a candle in celebration of that birthday. Well, I'm sure that Commissioner Byron Chapman, you will likely have more in your updates as it relates to the interplay on the commission engagement for rate setting. I do want to say that the first meeting of the bi-state committee was held, and I think it was a very productive meeting. And you can really see the partnership, I wouldn't say taking hold because I think it already had. And I think that partnership is working well together. And that bi-state coordination between the commissions, we're all looking forward to. As you know, the two commissions will be setting toll rates for the Interstate Bridge program. Just a couple more items, I promise, and then I'll be done. So we've heard mention already about the tolling work that we've been taking part in for the last 4 to 7 years. It's been a long effort. As of Monday, we began winding down based on the letter received from Governor Kotek. We've begun winding down the region-wide pricing program. And I want to just give a quick update on where we sit with 3 main elements of the toll program. First, winding down the region-wide pricing program, or the Region Mobility Pricing Project, as it's been referred, will happen at a very rapid rate immediately. The effort going into that, there are future costs associated with it. We will be stopping that work right now to save some of those expenditures. Interstate Bridge Replacement Project, that work is still ongoing. No impacts there as it relates to overall cost, finance, et cetera, or schedule at this point, as we know. But we're transitioning and beginning to have the conversation with our partners to the north to transition to utilize elements of their back office. So things that they already have in place and set up. I want to be clear that that's not giving up or delaying the coordination effort that I just mentioned between the two commissions. In fact, that work continues just the same as it had. The two commissions are still the authority on the interstate bridge. So we're really talking about back office work. And WashDOT already has a system set up there. There's, of course, still evaluating that transition, but we'll be working with the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program and WashDOT directly, and I can assure you I've already had good conversations with Secretary Millar up there, and they are leaning in to make sure that we can continue to advance that work with as few impacts as possible. So I'm optimistic there. And then Abernathy Bridge. We have some work that's in mid-flight, whether that's toll analysis itself, whether it's the NEPA work, whether it's the advancement of some of the design work for the NEPA work on the toll portion of Abernathy. I want to be clear, the construction aspect of Abernathy was already environmentally approved. It's under construction, and that contract is moving forward. So these comments that I'll make are really just about the toll element of that. I've asked the project team and our finance group to begin development of a new finance plan for Abernathy to accommodate the impact of not having tolls in that finance plan. But we're going to continue some of the work, or at least we plan to. We're still waiting for some of that initial work coming from the project team that would say, where are the logical conclusion points where you can carry something forward so that you can really see forward compatibility in that program should it be picked up at some point in the future, or if there's legislative direction at some point in the future to do so. So we think that's prudent. We think that's responsible. We also understand the financial impact. So we're not looking at spending millions of dollars there to do that, or at least tens of millions, I should say. But I really need to wait until I get the information from the team to have a more full conversation. But that will be founded in a new finance plan for Abernathy Bridge. And then last 2 items, I wanted to make mention of kind of where we sit as an agency. So there's a lot of work going on. There's a lot of impacts to our work, whether that's inflation and escalation on construction contracts, or whether it's things such as really having to respond almost on an emergency status for Sunset Empire, for example. And just looking at the overall financing or the structure of our financing system and the accounting, if you will, as you start to look at the operational funds for the agency. So no secret to you, we're in a kind of a dire point in the agency as it relates to the operating side. We need to review those things that we are working on in that space, and I need an independent analysis of that. And so I am looking to immediately begin an independent analysis of a couple of scope elements that I'll recite here, and then I'll add some more over the coming weeks as I begin to pull that group together. I'm interested in hiring a group of experts that will report directly to me, and they'll report findings based upon accounting practices, delivery review, how are we doing on our global delivery, scope, schedule, budget, and how should we be doing in this climate? I think that's an important factor. review of transit and the implementation through PTD, and then mega project delivery. So a lot on their plate, but we will start at a very high level and get experts to really weigh in and then report back to me, and I can report that back to the commission. The goal there really is to make sure that we've got another set of eyes looking at our work. We know that the public is watching. We know that we are interested in making sure we get it all right, and helping to inform that. And then finally, before I take a drink of water, I will say a thank you to everybody that helped pull together the tour and those that are here in the room, and for welcoming us to Medford. It's been a while since we've been down here. It's nice to hear comments from the commission. It's nice to hear comments from the mayor. It's great to hear comments from our ACT chairs as well as participants in many of the projects around here. I will say that this region does a fantastic job of demonstrating what partnership really means across agencies, and that's been really exciting to see. I specifically want to take a moment to thank Jerry Marmon, Darren Neval, and Mary Dillinger for pulling together the tour and for the coordination effort and for making the visit possible for our commission. I think it's vitally important that our commission gets to see the whole range and universe of work that goes on out in the region and on the ground for Oregonians, and I think yesterday was a prime example of that. So thank you to the team and thank you to the commission for affording that time. So with that, that concludes my remarks. Happy to answer any questions before I take consent items.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Real ID.
Mhm.
This has been the proverbial Lucy in the football scenario with the government, federal government on this, but I know we've staffed up and did pretty good information campaigns to encourage the public to apply for the Real ID. That's been somewhat successful, though people don't want to, but I guess with the additional staffing and that, do we have a plan to try and do that again?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Byer, and Vice Chair Byer, we do have plans to continue to kind of expand our outreach. I will say that the details of that I'd have to defer to Ms. Joyce to give you that update. But I know that they are keenly interested in these positions are going to help in expanding our ability to provide that service. But as you said, when the football keeps getting lifted by others around us, I can only imagine that the public might be waiting for that to happen again. I've been assured, though, that that's not happening again. The state is not moving.
Well, I'm probably the last person to question that, having stopped it a number of times in a different act, but I do think in the last time it was coming up pre-pandemic, Portland International Airport was very helpful in promoting that, and I hope that Ms. Joyce is working with them again. I just really fear that we're all staffed up and ready to go, and the public won't respond, and then when the feds finally decide it, we'll get the blame again.
But we will report back more on that for sure. I will say that, again, I think the biggest impact has been the amount of times to use your reference, the football has been removed.
Okay. Can I just offer comments, maybe out of place, but I want to tag on to your comment about the great work that was done on the tour. Just to the people who are here from this area, it is really a pleasure to see a community that comes together, works together, and gets things done.
Thank you. Comments from the other commissioners? Questions? Maybe we can invite DMV to give us an update at some point and put it on the agenda.
Absolutely.
That might help with some of the conversation that has to happen in the near future. So thank you.
Okay.
So, consent.
Madam Chair, at this point, I would request approval for consent items in block items 1 through 6.
We have a motion?
I would move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Second? Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Okay. Committee updates. This is one of our favorite things because all of us serve on different committees. And I think a lot of times people think that the commission just comes to the commission meeting, takes care of business, and we leave, but yet everyone is actually serving on different committees and putting a lot of work in behind the scene. And I do want to call out before we get moving to Commissioner Chapman and Commissioner Smith for your work. I know you worked extensively on the tolling. And I know that there were many people that were involved in that and participated. And no, with the announcement on Monday, it was probably a little bit deflating for them because there was a lot of hard work that was put behind it, but it isn't lost. I believe that this is one of the tools that we're considering. We may consider it further in the future, but at this point, it's been stopped. So I just want to thank each person that spent the time working on this and many people in the communities that participated. And this is, I think, one of the things that helps us in our decision-making as we're moving forward, what we hear from the public. So again, thank you for your time on it. I think we'll start to my left. Commissioner Baker, do you have anything to report out?
I do. I attended my orientation and my first meeting with the Travel Information Council. Some very important work is done there. And I would like to acknowledge that my first meeting was Mike Card, our chairman's last meeting. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Card for his service with the Travel Information Council.
And for those of you that don't know, Mike Card is here from Medford. And we heard from his son Nick this morning. So I actually served on the Travel Information Council and was very thankful that Commissioner Baker was able to step in since do it. And it's a great group of people. And it is important because I think it's one of those partnerships that doesn't get talked about a lot.
Yes, so I mean, every time we find a clean rest stop in our state, we can tip our hat to the Travel Information Council. Every time we're driving up the interstate and we're looking for a gas station or a place to eat or a hotel room, those signs, those blue signs that are there that tell us what's coming, we can thank the Travel Information Council and also their program with regard to heritage trees, which also good work being done there. Vice Chair Byer and I have our second meeting of Rough Tough coming up next week. So we're in the middle of that work, and I'll leave comments to that to Vice Chair Byer, who's the chairman of our committee. NEACT, the Northeast Act discussion again is around safety. Lots of conversation about funding concerns. There's very important projects in that part of the state that need to be done. So a lot of conversation, and again, like you find here in Medford, in that corner of the state, those elected officials come together and work closely together with ODOT. We've got a good working relationship there.
Great. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, chairing that. Before I give an update on that, I just wanted to acknowledge the time that I spent with the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee for 2 years. Now that we are pausing tolling, I want to thank them for all the great work they did. And I think that we learned a lot from that process and from those individuals that isn't going to be lost, even if we pause tolling, because we've learned a lot about community engagement as an organization, as the commission, as well as the agency, and how to do that in a better way. And I'm confident that we can take what we learned from the committed members of that committee and do better work going forward across the agency and across the commission, not just with respect to tolling, but in all of our working relationship with the community and other agency partners. So I think I want to applaud the great work, and we've learned a lot, and we're going to expand on that. And I think we're a better agency because of their work. So thanks. And I know Commissioner Chapman may probably add to that in her report, but I just wanted to call out how valuable the work is, even if tolling is paused. So on the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, we continue to meet regularly. We are tasked with taking a deep dive into the agency operations and trying to identify areas where we can improve and continuously make the agency better. Next week, we have a meeting and we're going to be diving into the project delivery and challenges. And I think we've got a lot of folks who have a vast experience, and hopefully we can provide meaningful feedback to the agency as it looks to improve itself. So ongoing work there, and it's a great committee, and I'm really privileged to be working with that group. So that's all I have.
Thank you. And since you called out Commissioner Chapman, we'll just continue. And Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you. I also want to commend the EMEC group for their openness and the collaboration between such broad perspectives that have been represented to be able to come together and come to a consensus about how the low-income tolling program would be implemented is a huge accomplishment. So I want to thank them for all their hard work, which, as Commissioner Smith has noted, it will still be extremely relevant, especially with the I-5 bridge replacement project, regardless of what the legislature decides to do about funding the other capital projects that we were looking at tolling to cover the gas tax deficits for. So thank you again to Commissioner Smith and to the staff and all of the volunteer advisors who have participated in these conversations over the last several years. I agree that it has helped us set a great precedent for how to continue this going forward.
Thank you. Vice Chair Byer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on the road user fee a little bit, we're the two new members, the commissioners on it. I think most of the other members have been doing it for years, but we have a new schedule, and our goal is to come up with a solid recommendation by fall so that the legislature can consider that in their funding structure for 2025, whatever they're going to do with that. But it's a well-informed group, and I think it'll be a good discussion going forward on that one. The other one is Commissioner Chapman and I had, as I think the director said, we had our first meeting with the Interstate Toll Setting Committee and for the I-5 bridge. And I do think that a lot of the work that was done on that could be, we raised that, Commissioner Chapman and I raised that with our colleagues from Washington, and that's on the table. And the Washington commissioners acknowledge that. And, there'll be an interesting discussion as we go forward. It's not a new item for Washington. They actually had a study that they did about 4 years ago, I think, but they did not move forward at that point. But they did express that they're open to the discussion. My two acts are moving forward, the planning process in place, and have a little controversy with election of officers in the Lane County Act, but that's all resolved. And it's good to see them there. It's like the act here that we met with yesterday. Was it yesterday? It seems like we've been here a long time.
It was yesterday.
It is. It's a good reflection of the smaller communities, particularly in the region. And I think they're very engaged. They're all very concerned about their projects.
As they should be.
As they should be.
So, thank you. And I think both of you will enjoy your time on the RFTF. I actually chaired that for a few years, and great group of people. Just keep pushing them a little bit to go bold. I'm all about really trying to take care of future along with what's realistic for right at this moment. But we really need to think about what we're going to do in our future and make sure we index whatever it is that we do. So thank you both for stepping up and taking that on. I'm going to report out on the acts. This is one of my favorite things because that's kind of where I cut my teeth as a person in transportation over the years. And I'm really thrilled to see that we approved the work plans and that we're looking at that. Each act has a work plan now in place that is going to be moving forward to kind of guide them in their process of their responsibility as an act. And I think yesterday with the act, we met with the act, a few of us did, with the Southern Oregon, with the Rogue Valley Act. And actually, it was really a really enjoyable time because it really did show all of the collaboration that goes on with the jurisdictions in the area. And, you know, of course, everyone is looking to us to fund their projects, but they all made commitments to help us to find that funding. And we've challenged them to help us with solutions. It's always easy to ask, but if we don't have a solution, when we go to the legislature and talk to them about how to fund this, they need to be able to hear. They're looking forward to the tour that the Joint Transportation Committee is going to be doing. And I know all of the acts are gearing up for that. So as the Joint Transportation Committee makes a tour of the state this spring and summer, all of them are committed to voicing their needs in their community. So I think it's going to be a really good tour personally, to really kind of lay out. And because they have work plans, it's going to help them to have those conversations. So that's all I have to report out, unless there was any committee we missed that we've attended lately. Okay, if not, we're going to move forward to, let's see, item E, the agenda planning look ahead. I think it's Lindsay. You're all by yourself? Okay.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker, Assistant Director for Government and External Relations here at ODOT. So thank you very much for the time to discuss with you all this morning the agenda planning calendar. I think I was before you, along with my fellow assistant directors, in January in Salem to really talk about how we can set up sort of a look ahead, whether a 6-month or a 9-month look ahead, to kind of plan and predict and better inform and prepare you all, and then collectively the agency, and I think to some degree put some public insight and transparency and visibility into the topics coming before the commission. So the structure of what you have before you is unchanged. The content is a little bit more developed, and I think, as I mentioned last time, if we're looking at maybe the next 2 or 3 commission meetings, are going to be quite populated and have a lot of content in them. And then as we get a little bit further out, becomes a little thinner as we start to put some of those content pieces together. So what you see before you, as I mentioned, is a little bit more populated than what you saw in January. And then we get out into sort of September timeframe. When we haven't done that much planning, I think we're a little bit thinner. So the question before you all today is, are there things that are missing from this planning calendar that we would like to discuss? Are there things that we can do structurally and kind of format-wise to improve how this is coming to you? Chair, you mentioned a moment ago earlier this morning that perhaps a DMV update is ripe in the next couple of months. So I think I've made a note to myself to put that on this planning calendar going forward. So I think the question is really, is this tool working for you all? Are there things that you would like to see on here? And then maybe as you're thinking about that, I will call out specifically, in light of some of the changes on the direction on our toll program that came Monday, I think some of these will adjust as well for maybe obvious, hopefully, reasons. Just in the interest of time, those updates have not been reflected so far. This was dated the 6th of March, but I think we'll see an updated version shortly that looks at how some of that polling touch points and decision points before you all are likely to change in the next few commission meetings. So with that, maybe I will be quiet and see if you have any feedback or guidance for us on this tool and the content and the items included in here.
Any feedback from Commission? Yes, Vice Chair.
I think it's kind of incorporated in the budget and some other things here, but obviously, the one thing that I think we need to come to grips with in the May meeting is the impact of the decision that we just made on tolling and how that's going to affect the various projects and funding throughout the state. You know, I have deep concerns about that. Although, and I don't think it probably affects the operational side, which we've discussed a lot, but I think it'll have a ramification on the capital side. We may have to make some adjustments there. And I think it's really important that we have that discussion as soon as we can. And I know staff needs some time to dig into that, but that's a big issue and we need to flag that.
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, that's an excellent flag and consistent certainly with that. How are we going to adapt this in light of the recent change that came, the direction that came on Monday? So that's a perfect point. We will add that. I think the agency, just for awareness, is doing a lot of work right now to figure out how to operationalize that new direction. And as you mentioned, I think the financing plan is put in there and perhaps an update to the urban mobility strategy finance plan that came out last summer, I believe it was, is warranted in light of this direction. So we will integrate that into this planning calendar, certainly.
And I think we'll get that on the May agenda.
It's kind of incorporated in the budget, not
Right.
there, but it's a big deal.
Any other comments from the commissioners?
No, thank you. It's a nice tool. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that it is working out as a great tool for
Great.
us.
Okay, that's great. All right, short and sweet. Get you moving ahead of the agenda. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Okay, we're way ahead. Let's not jinx that. So now we're at item F, an operational report.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and with me is Mr. Lynn from Delivery and Operations. I'm going to go first and walk through a few key items that are in the operational report for you. If you go to the next slide, please. Starting with the budget performance, this is a diagnostic tool that we put together for you, and in a sense, a little bit like a treasurer's report. Coming to the OTC, showing you within each of the legislative budget structures how much our operating budget is, how much we've spent to date, the percent expended, then in comparison to a straight line trend, linear trend over the course of the biennium. I should note that the operating budget is not the same as the legislatively approved budget because as a result of our shortfall, we actually took reductions of about 5% below those legislatively approved numbers. So we have put on an artificial cap within ODOT's budget, and we are holding each division to that amount. We are now a third of the way through the biennium, so we've actually started to accumulate significant expenditures, and it's easier to compare the amount expended to the portion of the biennium. So you can see the percent expended for all but one of our divisions is actually below the linear trend line. Now, it's important to note, spending is not linear. It's actually lumpy, and that is why it is okay for a division sometimes to be well under expenditures or even a little bit over. But this helps diagnose where we may have issues, either in underspending or in overspending. So you can see that there's only one division, that's my division, the Finance and Budget Division, which is over its linear trend line. And so I have had multiple conversations with our budget staff just to check in on that situation to make sure everything's okay. And what we see when we delve down into that budget is that budget is highly front-loaded at the beginning of the fiscal year with a large payment to the Department of Administrative Services for the state government service charge. In addition, there was a charge that came in as part of that is actually going to be transferred out of Finance and Budget Division into the Office of Civil Rights. Previously, it was paid directly from that budget. Now it's coming from DAS. Just to give you some of the mechanics of why a division may be over budget. There was also actually an error by either the CFO or the legislature that transferred some money from one division to another. We're going to be getting a little bit more money back into Finance and Budget Division. So that number will be well below 100%, I think, at the next update. You can see the rest of the divisions all generally operate comfortably within their margins.
I would note that while Mr. Lind is going to talk to you about the maintenance funding that has been provided to the legislature, this report was done before that, so the maintenance operating budget will also be going up, and so they'll be also a little bit under their linear trend line. I'll pause to see if there are any questions about the budget before we go on to other topics.
Questions?
I think this is terrific. It's nice to have this. And it's, I mean, I know it's looking backwards, but, you know, one thing that we might think about is if there's any big lumps that you're anticipating going forward, that we footnote it with this report, just to anticipate what might be just around the corner.
Okay.
But this is really great. Thank you.
Good. We will be continuing to monitor the State Highway Fund spending very closely. As we've talked about for the last several years, this is the biennium where we're essentially operating on a very narrow balance, getting very close to effectively a zero balance. And so we will be monitoring expenditures and making sure that we can keep the State Highway Fund in positive territory.
I believe Vice Chair would like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis, I may be jumping ahead on you, but I was looking at position vacancies and all that. I mean, over 500 openings there, and I guess I don't have a way to measure that. If that's, you know, percentage wide, is that unusual? I hope not. And talk about recruiting. Are we still having trouble filling the positions, and where? And you kind of got them broken out in there. But even yesterday when we were talking with the maintenance people, the trouble was some of that. So just talk a little bit about that.
Vice Chair Byer, that vacant positions at 517 is around 10% of the total agency. It's actually down a little bit from the last report. And so I think what we see is that is a fairly normal level of frictional, essentially vacancies in between filling positions. We also have, as part of our budgeting process, we're holding positions vacant. I mean, I know within my division, we've got multiple positions that we say, we're simply not going to fill that position anytime soon, given the shortfalls in the budget. Some of those may eventually be abolished if we are able to operate effectively without them. Others may be repurposed for other purposes eventually. But certainly that is both a combination of sort of normal, you know, space between people being onboarded after someone leaves and holding positions vacant. I'm not aware of any areas, Mac may have some, you know, stories within maintenance that we still have significant challenges. Within DMV, for example, we're almost fully staffed. We no longer have a large balance of positions that are attempted to be recruited but not actually being filled, which is very different from where we were 2 years ago when we got into trouble, given the, you know, high employment rate and the difficulty of finding people to fill those.
Yeah, if I could, Commissioners, for the record, Mac Lynn, Delivering Operations Division, Chair and Vice Chair, to your question, we are holding positions back for budget purposes. So we continue to talk about we're reducing our burn rate. So as I think this is a helpful table to look at just our trend line, we know those costs are going up, for instance, on our services and supplies. So if you think about maintenance as a good example, right, we don't control what the cost of fuel is. So as we're anticipating changes over the course of the biennium, one of the things we're doing is slowing down what we can expend our funds on. And certainly personnel services costs are a big component of that. So we are holding a number of positions vacant in maintenance. And then project delivery and support on this table is another prime example where we are holding back a number of positions, recognizing that we can't project charge everything. So how are we reducing our agency operations burn rate, recognizing that we just went through a significant round of COLA increases, one-time payments to staff. None of that was calculated into our budget. And so really management or budget discipline as we're expending those funds. So the other piece I'd add is it's really variable in terms of our success rate in recruitment. It really depends on where we're recruiting in the state and certainly where we're at in terms of recruiting specialty positions in our project delivery. It really varies widely.
I know you don't want to lose position authority once you have it from the legislature, but 10% seems, that seems a little high.
Well, I think it has doing it this way has saved us in some ways. with our budget shortfalls. And I think that a lot of government agencies you see do this, they don't want to hire just to turn around and put people on furlough or even unemployment. So, but we're getting to a point where we no longer can do that. I mean, I think the reality is that we, like you said, we've burned through this scenario of being able to balance our budgets a little bit. Now we're going to have to start looking at cutting. And that is where the hurt really comes in, to be able to deliver. Yes.
Madam Chair, to that point, we've got, and I want to be careful what I say here, because sitting with the Mac with your crew yesterday and seeing how hard they're working and the hours that they're putting in and the shortfalls that they're feeling and the stress of the organization, we know that we've got some positions that need to be filled. And I know you're working hard to recruit and staff. But the other side of that is when we see 25% of our vacancies have been vacant for a year, this may offer some real low-hanging fruit if we're really intentional about that 25% and saying, we've reserved this position. Do we need it? Is this an opportunity to dig in and make some changes and eliminate those? Does that make sense?
Yeah, those would be generally the first things that would go if either we do not receive additional resources and have to make deep cuts. However, it's important to note those positions being vacant has already been factored into our budgetary savings. So we would need to go deeper than that in order to actually have additional savings that would help with the budget.
Yeah. My sense is that, and again, we saw an exception to this yesterday, but many of these positions, I would imagine, if we haven't had them filled for a year, the staff has figured out a way to get the work accomplished without filling the position. There might be some opportunities.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, I think I might add, I think the thing, especially in maintenance, is we're being very intentional about reducing that level of service. So we're not asking the staff to do far more than we would expect them to do. Certainly, we're trying to manage that overtime, but more importantly, the safety concern that we would have of asking too much of our staff. But really, it's that dialing back of the level of service we're able to deliver, which, as you all heard yesterday, that's a challenge for our maintenance crews. They're prideful of their work. They live in and work in these communities. So I've heard a few examples because we're being intentional and saying we've reduced the level of service. It's giving them a bit more, not comfort, but authority to say why, why they're not working longer hours or why we are doing the things that we're doing in terms of the structural revenue challenge that we have. So certainly a challenging conversation, but I think for me, it's how are we going back to that level of service that we're setting rather than just saying, okay, we're going to live without that position moving.
Yeah, it's really difficult with the team that you've got. This is an impressive group of people everywhere I go. We've got, and Chair Brown talked about this in our last meeting, with a tip of the hat to that crew that was out there during the storm and stepping up. They are going to step up, and ask them to do less because we're adjusting, our service level. That's a difficult pill to swallow, and we'll have to work hard because they'll show up. Those guys they'll eat a hole in the wall for the citizens of Oregon. So it's a real pickle.
Vice Chair has another.
You got to be careful with that. I mean, one of the normal and understandable reactions to the legislature when they go into the budget committee meetings is they always look at the vacant positions and say, well, if it's been vacant that long, you must not need them. And that's a careful needle to thread to talk about the budget savings and all of that. Just caution on that.
Absolutely, Mr. Vice Chair. That's something we're very well aware of. And yet, our fiscal situation, in order to stay in those operating budgets, just about every division that is financed through the State Highway Fund has had to leave some of those positions vacant. Sometimes it's on a rolling basis. For example, in the fuels tax group, I almost always have a governmental auditor position available because usually we hold it for a few months. then we fill it, and then, there's 14 positions or so, and so then we lose one, and then we fill it. And so it's just a matter of making the determination how best to provide the appropriate level of service within the resources. It's a balancing act.
Commissioner Chapman, thank you. Sorry, we didn't see your hand up.
No problem. I just wanted to reiterate the Vice Chair's comments and thank you, Mac, for recognizing the safety concerns. There's also a very expensive problem we want to avoid with burnout. And I think everyone, whether they're office workers or roadside service workers, are willing to roll up their sleeves and take on some extra responsibility in the short term. But if we lose those critical and loyal employees because they're exhausted, that's going to be, I think the Wall Street Journal just estimated 6 times the cost of their actual salary to replace them between the recruiting and all of the efforts that we have to go through to onboard. So definitely not something that we want to have to do any longer than is absolutely necessary.
So I think we hijacked your slideshow, so I'm not sure where you want to start.
The point of the slideshow is for you to ask these questions. So that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Why don't we move on to the next slide on Real ID implementation? This will actually answer some of the questions that were asked a little bit earlier. Go back. Yep, thank you. So I'm going to hit a few of our key customer service metrics in DMV and our Commerce Compliance Division. As Director Strickler noted, we have the looming Real ID deadline coming up in May of 2025 when the feds will start enforcing Real ID. And so the legislature approved 26 limited duration positions that with our new lobby queuing system, we will actually be able to allow people to go online, schedule appointments for Real ID only transactions, and then go in to see Real ID specialists in our field offices. Those will be spread not across every field office because we have 59 of them. So it will be concentrated in some of our larger field offices, but there will be a Real ID specialist in every region at least. And of course, other DMV workers can handle Real ID transactions, but this will be a focused way to provide more appointments for that surge of customers that we expect from before implementation all the way to well after implementation and enforcement by the Department of Homeland Security. So as part of that, we will launch a communications campaign, a public relations effort to let people know about this and both the need to get a Real ID and the opportunity to get a Real ID. We have had conversations with Homeland Security. They are going to start 1 year before Real ID goes into effect, handing out literature to people who do not present a Real ID compliant credential at the airport when they're going through security. And so we're going to try to tag onto that campaign. We will be starting this likely in the spring. As we bring on these employees, that will give us the ability to start publicizing the ability to come in and get a Real ID appointment. One of the areas we're likely going to target is, you can see that big orange area, 30% of people have a non-Real ID, non-expired identification or driver's license that was issued before you could get a Real ID. So there's 44% of people have come in since we offered a Real ID and chose not to get one. We may certainly see some of those folks come back and change their mind, but we're going to really focus on those people who haven't had a contact point with DMV in the last 4 years since that option came available, and likely do direct mail, as well as sort of the general broadcast, of getting earned media stories and other things like that. So we can provide more information at our next update on what that looks like, what the timeline is, and what that plan will look like.
Questions from Commissioner, I believe Vice Chair?
Travis, I believe the current process is if you're midterm in your license and you want to get a Real ID, that you pay the cost for a new card, but it only goes until whenever your expiration date is. Could we change that policy, and if people want an update, just put them on a new 6-year cycle? I actually think, I've always thought that was unfair to say, oh, you got 2 years left, but if you want to get a Real ID, you have to pay the full cost.
Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, that is an excellent question, not one I have an answer to. I will check with DMV to determine whether that's something we can do within our authority, or if that's something that is mandated under statute, or perhaps a combination thereof. That's a good question. Any further questions about Real ID?
I think so. I can't see the other commissioner. Oh, we're good to go. All right.
All right, so next slide, please.
Happened.
Director Strickler also had a brief mention of this as well, but we have been at the DMV having a very concerted effort to move people from waiting in line to going online. And we now have 20 services provided online that are most of the major transactions you can complete there. The most recent was the knowledge test, which we rolled out in October, and already have 1 in 7 people who, over that 3-month period, have taken online. That's actually better than we expected. And so that is a great opportunity. You still have to come in when you pass the knowledge test, but since many people take it more than one time, this prevents them from having to go into the DMV office 2 to 8 times before they finally get their license or learner permit. We also, in 2021, moved driver renewals online. You can do 1 renewal before you have to come back and then come into the office for your next one, and already have 25% market share. So basically 1 in 4 going online. With vehicle renewals, this is sort of the gold standard. Right now, only 1 in 5 people goes into a field office. So we would like to see things like knowledge tests and driver renewals shift more toward vehicle renewals, where virtually no one does their transactions online, or sorry, in person. They all go online or through the mail or through DEQ. And that will then help us manage that capacity better for things that require you to go into the field office, like a real ID transaction that requires you to show documentation in order to get that credential. Next slide. Last, before I turn it over to Mr. Lynn, we have had a very real success story with the Commerce Compliance Division. We shared with you our plans to change how we handle our trucking phone centers. For the trucking industry to call in and get various services performed or get their questions answered. We used to, because the trucking industry is a 24/7 industry, we used to spread our call agents very broadly across day and night, but very few people were calling during the night. So we weren't actually providing very good customer service. And then the people who called during normal business hours, which was the vast majority of calls, were waiting on hold for a long time. So we looked at other states and went to a model. I think we're providing service from 6 in the morning till 6 or 7 at night, and have concentrated our staff during that time period, and particularly at the times that have the most heavy call volumes. So we're seeing fairly constant call volumes. I think it's down about 7% between year to year, but our wait time has dropped by more than 50%. So the trucking industry is now able to get to a phone agent much more expeditiously. This is just a great example of just being able to look at the data and figuring out you can sometimes better serve your customers by concentrating your resources rather than spreading them out. So we have heard no blowback from the trucking industry. Some of them had pushed back beforehand, like, oh man, I really like being able to call at 11 p.m. But it turns out no one was actually calling, so it was much more effective for us to concentrate our resources. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lind.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Next slide, please. So I'm going to speak to 2 things that we've talked to the commission about before in terms of a legislative request for additional funding for maintenance and operations. I'm sure we'll lead to these in her remarks about session as well. I just want to highlight both items passed the legislative session, waiting governor approval, which I would fully anticipate. But exciting moment that's occurred. We've already affected our operations in this $19 million request for additional funds for maintenance and operations. That picture on the right, I think I've probably shown this before, restriping our fog line last December as a result of this action and the direction we took. But now moving forward, certainly we spoke in January of what this additional funding and that decision allowed us to do for the January storm. If you've driven I-5 on the way down here today, yesterday, you may have noticed quite a bit of tree removal and cleanup still happening from that January storm with our crews out and about. So super important value add to our level of service we are able to deliver. And then moving into the nicer weather like we're experiencing this weekend, allowing us to get back out there and do more of the fog striping on our low volume roads. And then as some of you heard on the tour yesterday, doing some more pavement patching for some of our deteriorating facilities. So important activities maintenance is planning to accomplish. And then finally, the 10-yard dump trucks, our snow plows, the heartbeat of what we're able to accomplish out in maintenance. Those trucks have been ordered. We're expecting those by this fall. They'll roll out as they come off the assembly line. So super important investment in our capability moving forward. So good news stories there. Certainly we'll report future operational updates on our ability to spend those funds expeditiously and what we're getting with those dollars. Next slide, please. The other request we had this session, $20 million for additional cleanup efforts and improve the felt safety in the Portland metro area. Certainly, we've talked quite a bit at the commission level about this. So just as a reminder, additional funding not coming out of maintenance and operations, right? Not further affecting our situation with our budget, but new and additional funds to help deliver a higher level of service, specifically on cleaning up from camps, litter and graffiti, and then doing some infrastructure protection work to keep people out of those areas that are unsafe, and then help protect our infrastructure from additional repairs that may be necessary. So planning to release award contracts, April 1st for litter and graffiti. We're continuing to work with the city of Portland on ramping up their cleanup efforts in that ongoing partnership with that $4 million for camp cleanup. And then over the course of this summer and then into next spring, we'll certainly make some improvements to our infrastructure in terms of keeping people out of unsafe areas. So exciting news that we're able to move forward on those efforts. And again, we'll produce some updates for you at your future commission meetings through the course of the biennium on how we're able to utilize these funds and more importantly, the outcomes we're seeing from that level of investment. So that concludes my remarks for today.
So we have questions or comments? Yes, Vice Chair.
I think it'd be good as you're implementing that if the sort of before and after some pictures. So it'd be nice as we go along with reports to gauge the effectiveness of that.
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Byer, hear you loud and clear. Been having that similar conversation. When I think of outcomes, that's exactly what I'm thinking of in terms of like what are we able to accomplish with this level of funding, and then frankly help inform what's the right level of funding moving into the next biennium and of course 2025 discussion. So hear you loud and clear. Look forward to those opportunities in the next future meetings to bring you some of that.
Yes, Commissioner Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Along that same line, in terms of pictures and documentation, I think it would be good to know how fast our work deteriorates in the graffiti cleanup, because there's a very active group of taggers, and when we clean it up, we create a brand new canvas to tag onto. So maybe in addition to not only what we did, but how quickly it deteriorates would be helpful. Maybe a little extra effort in terms of documentation of what's been done.
Good. Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, I love the idea. Happy to have the staff do that. I think one of the things we've certainly talked about is not spending too much effort in terms of the funding that we do have to assess the system ongoing. But I think there's going to be a few key areas that we can probably identify and watch and assess. Okay, we just cleaned it up. How fast did it maybe get damaged again? Clean it up. I get your point, and I think there's some high-profile areas that will be on our minds.
Great.
So I have a question on the vehicle replacement, the 10 vehicles. Southern Oregon getting one of those vehicles? You can pay me later. The reason I asked that, yesterday I noticed that we had a very old truck in the yard.
Chair Brown, Commissioners, just I think for the benefit of everyone who wasn't there yesterday, I think the crew moved a 1997 snowplow towards the front of the line yesterday. It's important to note that snowplow is still used. So it's an important tool in our toolbox, but having a vehicle that's that old, and I believe it needed to be jump started. It took quite the effort to get it to move, but in talking with the crew, it still works great when you need to go straight and you need to plow the snow when it's coming down. Not so good in the urban area and making the corners. But in terms of your question, I don't have that information from me yet how we'll allocate them, but certainly the need is far greater than the 10 we're going to buy. So
I'm just putting pressure on you because they're sitting in the room So, anyway.
We could maybe do a little raffle.
There you go. And I think that that just tells us too, the need.
Yep.
The need is big across the state. It's not just here. It's in every place that is plowing. It's in every community that is dealing, working for ODOT and the roads and system. And, you know, we just have to keep plugging away at it, but it takes so long to get the vehicles like a bus. You're looking at a year or two in queue to be able to even get that vehicle. So I'm thankful that the governor did allow us to purchase 10, so,
Appreciate those comments.
in the legislature. Yeah. So thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay.
That's good.
Great. Thank you. And you kept us
Thank you.
ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we have a break.
We do?
We do. So let's see, what was our break set for? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
So we will reconvene at 10:30 and we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. So I think we're all online. Got a thumbs up, so we're moving along.
Commissioner Chapman, look at the.
Let's see. Did Commissioner Chapman make it back after you rebooted?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there she is. All right, perfect. All right, well, thank you. We're going to move on to item G, which is the Connect Oregon, one of my favorite conversations, maybe. Let's see. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy, Data, and Analysis.
And Eric Hovig, Statewide Policy and Planning Manager.
Great, so we'll go next slide. So we're going to talk briefly about the Connect Oregon program today. And why we're bringing this to you is that we have a competitive round of funding that's open currently. We just received applications for those, so Eric will summarize kind of what we received from that process. And then from there, we're going to evaluate and review the applications and bring back a recommendation to this commission, likely around the September timeframe. So before going into that process, we wanted to review what that looks like, make sure that you think that's the right approach to get to recommendations to bring back to this body. So that's really what we'll cover today. Just a little bit of background on what Connect Oregon is. It's a program that's been around for a couple of decades. It really started with lottery bonds back in the day, now has a stable funding source. It funds multimodal freight transportation. So railways, ports, airports, some of those types of facilities that are non-highway freight movement. Early iterations of the program were around 100 million per cycle. They've been pretty steadily around 50 million and more in recent years. It's now funded with the vehicle privilege tax that came out of House Bill 2017. That funding source is shared with the Department of Environmental Quality for their clean vehicle rebate program. So the remaining money in that fund generates a competitive program for us about every 2 to 3 years to get up to about that $50 million threshold in order to run the program. We've had 7 competitive cycles since the inception of Connect Oregon, over $463 million awarded and over 242 projects. It's been a very successful process using that competitive cycle. The one exception to that was when House Bill 2017 had named projects. Any other process has had really a bottoms-up approach where developers, community members, industry are putting forward the applications for some of these investments across the state. They had a number of benefits to creating jobs, to new goods and services moved across the state, and had a lot of economic benefits to the state of Oregon overall. In terms of kind of the types of projects that you might see with Connect Oregon, sometimes it's replacing older infrastructure to really improve capacity. Think about railways, for example. Adding intermodal connectors, so think about connections between truck or transfer to rail, transfer to ports, some of those kind of facilities, as well as newer facilities that allow for kind of newer operations, improved efficiency, and some of those kinds of things. The most recent cycle where projects were awarded, and many have been built, actually was in 21-22. Within that grouping, we built things like a crane replacement in the Port of Port Orford, air traffic control tower in Bend, and a rail spur track for Juanita's Foods in Hood River. So you can see it really touches many different parts of the state for this important program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hovig to talk a little bit more about kind of the construct of the Connect Oregon program, as well as the process it will undertake with this new competitive round.
Thanks, Amanda. Just a couple things to add to what Amanda talked about. Why freight is very important for the Connect Oregon program. Not every project affects freight. We could do rail or passenger rail kind of projects. It's really about the multimodal system on the non-highway. So how do we move people and goods more effectively and connect those a little bit better? So yeah, even around passenger terminals and airports, not every airport project would have a freight component. So again, there's a lot of freight connections because we do want to make our economy move, and those economic connections for freight are important. So let's go to the next slide, please. So again, Amanda hit this. The program has been around for a number of years. We've gone through a lot of cycles. In 2005, and we actually held a program about every 2 years. The legislature would re-up money through the lottery bonds and provide funding so we can go out And then 2017 really did kind of cause that change. There was the named projects, and then we went about 6 years, almost 7 years between having a competitive round. And I think that's also, there were some challenges of restarting the competitive process when there was that kind of a gap. So it's important to remember this program was directed by the legislature. It's in statute, and there are some specific outcomes and considerations that the program is supposed to accomplish. And that's what this slide is showing you. So how does it improve the access to jobs and labor and reduce transportation costs? Are we providing our shippers and our communities transportation choices and options? Economics. So this is where it does probably connect a lot to freight. Are we improving the economic condition of our shippers in the state of Oregon? Can we compete better in the global economic chain? Is it a critical link? How important is that particular project? Are we connecting to a major business or a substantial business to either create new jobs or retain some jobs? That's very, very important. And then readiness is the other one that's really highlighted there. We want to make sure that the project is ready to go. This has been an issue. It's been an issue for the legislature and many of our customers and partners throughout, making sure that people are ready to go with their project, because we don't want to award it and sit there and not get the money out on the ground. Obviously, we need to still have required match. There's the useful life requirement. And then a few years ago, the legislator added this provision around closeness to a mining aggregate site. It really doesn't come into play. The ones that are highlighted really are the ones that the legislature and the commission throughout the years have highlighted as probably the most important and critical. Next slide, please. So I talked about the fact there is statutory work for the Connect Oregon program. We also have an administrative rule that outlines how we run and manage that program. So this is where we took those statutory considerations, said, how are we going to actually accept applications? What is that process? How do they come in? How do we rank and score them? Who needs to be involved? And how do we make those decisions and bring the final set of recommendations to the Transportation Commission? We've had those rules in place for quite a while. And then again, House Bill 2017 with the named projects, not just with the named projects, but we heard from several legislative leaders that maybe it was time to look at some of those requirements in the rules going forward. So we convened a new rules committee shortly after the session and rolled out new administrative rules for the program in 2019. Again, customers and partners from all across the state were involved. I saw John Weil here earlier. He was on our committee back in 2018 and 2019 as well. If we can go to the next slide, we'll talk about those key changes. So Connect Oregon, in the rule, there was always the idea of we wanted to make sure that all parts of the state were getting good projects. So we had a requirement that at least 10% of the available funding would be going to projects in each of the 5 ODOT regions. What we heard from our legislative leadership is they were concerned we were ending up just picking projects to get to 10%, but they were not the best projects or most strategic projects for the state of Oregon. So we actually took that out of the administrative rule requirements, and then now there's no minimum amount to go to each ODOT region. It's one of the best projects, and it's very important each of our review groups score those based upon that, because you don't want to try to say, well, this is a great project, it's going to get funded from a statewide pot or a regional pot. There is no pot. It's one set of money. We really improved the readiness requirements. So what does it really mean to have a ready project? We put some more requirements in there. Some of the challenges we had were where an airport was getting an FAA grant and had to wait for that grant to come in. That would delay things moving forward. So we actually came up with some of those criteria. We also talked about minimum program size. We said, should there be a minimum or minimum amount of money that we have in the fund before we go do this? This is a lot of work. We actually ran some programs with around $30 million, and area commissions on transportation, our modal committee said, that's too much work. Let's see if we can streamline this. So that's where we came up with the $50 million. Let's make sure we have enough money in the fund to make it worthwhile to go out. And then at that same time in 2017, we had the statewide transportation improvement fund for transit, the 1.1% payroll tax. Transit now had its own dedicated funding, so the legislature said, let's take transit out of the program, and bike ped, we're just going to give you a carve off of the multimodal fund as well. So bike ped and transit were no longer eligible projects as well. And then the last one was, should we have a maximum or minimum project size conversation? Again, there's this whole idea of if you have a really big project, then you don't get as many projects done. But at the same time, we want to make sure we're getting strategic. Strategic can be big, it can be small. At the end of the day, the committee came back and said, we don't want to self-constrain this in any way, shape, or form. If you're a good project, you should be able to demonstrate that if you're a large project or a small project. Tell us what the benefits are in relation to your project. So think of return on investment was really what they asked us to think about. Next slide. So again, moving forward, we had the latest round at Connect Oregon that we brought forward to you back 2 years ago for approval, and we have now just started the Connect Oregon 9 process. In fact, applications closed just a couple of weeks ago, and I'll get to some stats right at the end. Again, we had about that 50 million target. When we take the money go to bike and ped and administrative costs, it leaves about 46 million to award for projects. Next slide. So a little bit on the review process, because I talked about it's a lot of work. We have to go through a lot of steps. There's a lot of people involved in the Connect Oregon program. This slide helps demonstrate all those different groups who get a weigh in and help inform the decision and the recommendation. So the first step is we got to make sure they're eligible. Staff are actually doing that right now with the current round. That will then go to mobile experts. So we have experts inside ODOT on rail. They'll look at the rails projects. Partner with Department of Aviation for aviation projects, and then Marine is in the Oregon Business Development Division. They have a Marines group that helps us review the marine projects to help review them for how significant do these projects meet those considerations. That information plus the applications then goes to all these review groups I've seen on here. So the regional solution teams, the statewide modal committees, which is the Freight Advisory Committee, the Aviation Board, and we have a Marine group as well, and then the Area Commissions on Transportation. Yes, each of these groups looks at it from their own independent lens with those statutory considerations and ranks the projects on how well they meet those considerations and prioritizes them moving forward. And then we bring them together with what's called the Final Review Committee. Now, the Final Review Committee, when it was originally formed, again, we had this 10% requirement for each of the regions. Their main task was to make sure we're getting the right projects, but also making sure we get the best projects and meet that 10% criteria. Now that we really don't have that, I think the Final Review Committee is going to be starting to think and look a little bit differently, and I'll talk about some of those changes coming up. And the idea is the Final Review Committee then brings a set of recommended projects for funding to you, to the Transportation Commission, for approval.
So, question from Vice Chair.
Eric, is each of the 13 acts, is that right? Do they all review all projects or just the projects in their region?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, great question. They review the projects within their area commission. So it's very possible an area commission doesn't have any projects. And if that's the case, they don't have anything to review. I'll talk a little bit more about what that act process looks like and how we roll those scores on and up. Next slide, I think, actually might cover this a little bit. So inside their boundaries, they look at their projects, they rank their projects. If they only have 2, they rank them 1 to 2. If there's 10, they'll rank them 1 through 10. If they don't have any, there's. And then what we do is we bring them together across the entirety of the ODOT region to really prioritize the list. So there's a depth and a breadth of projects that can be scored and ranked. So here in Region 3, both the Southwest and the Rogue Valley Act would bring their list together. They would meet and prioritize that list for all of Region 3, and then the other 4 ODOT regions would do the same thing. That's what that Super Act process is to do. And what that does is it starts to give enough projects so it starts to get the depth of the scoring and the prioritization. Next slide, please. The modal committees, I didn't put this slide up here, but they do the same thing. So rail, all the rail projects are reviewed by rail, aviation, marine. And then freight is the only committee besides the acts that is multimodal. So they look at the rail freight projects, aviation freight projects, and marine freight projects to help prioritize. And they give a little different perspective. That's all brought forward to the Final Review Committee, and we're proposing a couple of changes to the Final Review Committee this round to help streamline some things. So going from a larger number to a little smaller, we'll have somebody from each of the 5 ODOT regions and then one person from each of the 4 modal committees get together to help make sure we have the right mix of projects. But what we're really asking them to do is not second guess all the work that's been done, but to help revalidate the work that's been going into this. And we'll talk about that cut line here in a little bit. We talked about the different number of projects. So if the rail committee is reviewing 12 projects, the number 4 project would actually score a little bit higher than a region that was only reviewing 8 projects. So a number 4 project and a number 4 project don't carry the same weight as we go forward into the final ranking, because we want to make sure we're putting everything on a level playing field. So that's a normalization process that we built into the program for quite a number of years. Next slide, please. So as we bring that final list together, one of the things I didn't talk about in that previous slide is we will really focus on the projects. There was agreement across all the review groups. If it's scoring high, we want to keep those on the above the cut line. Where everybody's in agreement, they're probably scored low, below the cut line. We're really talking about the projects in the middle. That's what the final review committee will focus their time and energy on. And that brings us to Connect Oregon 9. We closed the application cycle. Received 36 applications this round. It's actually a little lower than what we saw last round. We think we have some ideas of why that might happen, but here's the breakdown. We're still way more than what we can afford, 102 million out of 46. But we will be able to maybe get to a lot of good projects this round going forward. So we'll be bringing this out to our area commissions. They'll be starting their work April and May. The idea of bringing it to the commission in the fall. So that is the program. We're open for questions or discussion.
I think, Chair, again, the conversation here, just making sure that as we come back with recommendations for Connect Oregon 9, that's followed a process that the commission feels is adequate, and we're happy to make changes or other modifications.
Okay, Commissioner Baker.
Thanks, Chair. Can you give us a sense for across the regions, did they all participate, and to what level of the 36 applications received? Is it?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, I don't have the regional breakdown with me. We just got through all these applications right at the turn of the month. I was actually out on vacation last week. So all I have is the numbers. I will say one of the things I did hear from our freight program manager is if we had the 10% rule right now, we wouldn't make it for one of the regions. I can't remember which region that was.
I believe there was applications in every single region, but to Eric's point, Region 5, you'd have to fund all those projects and still wouldn't quite get to that 10% mark.
Okay.
Just kind of an idea of the volume that's coming through.
Yeah. And then just one other comment. Revalidating the decisions that have already been made, that's going to be the challenge, won't it? Because I would imagine that the final review committee will be tempted to go in and begin from square one.
Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker, that's actually kind of what happened with the last round of Connect Oregon. And I mentioned we had this big break between when the final review committees had met. We had a 6-7 year break because of House Bill 2017. And there was, I think, a belief that we could just start from the beginning and kind of throw everything out and make sure that the list matched what the final review committee thought was good. We really want to show that the work from all these groups has merit and value moving forward. So that's, again, we'll have some very clear criteria of projects that will stay above the cut line for sure, projects, and really focus on the ones in the middle. It still will be hard. I mean, there's always great projects that we wish we had more money to fund. Just 1 or 2 more projects down that line, and please fund this one, please fund that one. But the reality is, eventually you have to make a cut line because you're out of money.
Thank you.
Sure.
The final review committee, is that a 9-member committee?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Breyer, it will be a 9-member committee this round. It's been bigger in the past, but we're trying to scale it down because, again, we really wanted to focus on really the stuff, like we said, in the middle. So I think that will make our conversations more focused, more energized there, and hopefully be able to get to those decisions quicker.
Well, it's good because you'll have one from each of the regions and then one from each of the modal committees. So the commissioners, the comments, they have to balance that out, come up with the final cut.
And they'll have expertise on those projects because they talked about it, they reviewed them, they're going to know what they're at. The regions will know what their priorities are. They can have really great conversations amongst themselves.
Yeah, this has been a controversial process in the early days, a lot. I think you fine tuned it well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chapman or Smith, do you have any? Okay, I just want to say for the record, we need to find more money for this group, for Connect Oregon, we really do. Because as part of our transportation network, it's a big piece that people forget. Although there is a lot of federal money that is dumped into these modes, we really need to think about it. And I'm glad we're moving forward finally again. But I think the need is there, it shows. I'm not sure that everybody participated. They might have given up. It's hard to say, but hopefully in the future, we'll be able to do more.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I think when we've seen past programs at higher dollar amounts than the 50 million, sometimes we get larger requests for funding. So I think sometimes that's actually self-limiting who's applying for the funds, which I think further illustrates your point.
Right. I think that a lot of it, it's hard to phase some of these types of programs, like we do with the highway project, where we do different phases. And I think that you're right. So if there isn't a big pot, they're going to go looking somewhere else because they can't even start with that small amount of money. So more for the future.
Thank you.
I mean, if we're going to go out and look for money, we might as well go all out, right? I'm tired. Any other questions?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now to item H. We're ahead still, which is great. Amanda, you're still here? It's just you?
I'm still here.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't look up. Just I thought, oh, Amanda's still there.
I'll be here for the next one too.
Okay.
So Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, for the record, Amanda Keats, Administrator for Policy, Data and Analysis. And what I'll be sharing today is the strategic action plan. So what we'll be looking at really for this item is, I think, two parts. One, seeking your approval on the strategic action plan, making sure that you think it's at the right level, giving the direction the commission and the agency needs. The other part of the presentation then will kind of focus on milestones and some of the work to operationalize that plan. So I'll pause partway through, but then I'll have another slide after that. So when that gets pulled up, happy to go through those pieces. So what I'll do is I'll ad lib to a point where I think I'll get it open here. So in terms of the strategic action plan, this is the second iteration of the plan. It will cover years 2024 through 2028. So it's actually a little bit longer time frame than the first plan did. And that's intentional so that we have more ability to really focus what are those strategic things over that 5-year period. A few things that are, I think, unique to this plan versus the first version. One, you adopted the Oregon Transportation Plan that really kind of sets that policy direction. We are really pulling that thread through the strategic action plan to say, what does that mean on the ground? So you'll see lenses of safety, climate, and equity now added to the strategic action plan. We've also added more foundational elements around customer service, around maintenance and operations, some of the base work that we do as an organization that are really key and necessary. And then I think really communicates externally the priorities of the agency, where we need to focus things, and really helps to hold ourselves accountable towards really specific actions. So transparency and accountability are, I think, key tenets of this document. So if you can flip to slide 4 when you're all ready. Perfect. Okay, so in terms of where we are today, this will be the third review of the commission for the strategic action plan. We had a preliminary draft in December, got a lot of great feedback there. I would say the most substantial changes were made between December and the January review of that document, where we received some public feedback, made some additional changes kind of based on that. And so what we have before you today is some minor changes on that January 2024 version. Next slide. In terms of content of the strategic action plan, it retains from the first version the 3 main focus areas: sufficient, reliable funding, equity, and a modern transportation system. Unique to this plan is we've really put sufficient and reliable funding as an underlying principle across these things, because it is so foundational to the work that we do. I think you see that through all conversations that you have throughout today and past commission meetings, that we really need to stabilize our transportation funding. Nonetheless, with the money that we do have, we need to make sure that our investments, our decisions, our collaboration is equitable, and that we're moving towards a modern transportation system and really trying to advance some of those outcomes. Next slide. In terms of the outcome areas, there's 8 that are listed here. Unique to this plan is saving lives. Safety wasn't necessarily included in the past version. And then we have more of those kind of foundational basic items of customer service and preserving transportation assets. Where you'll see kind of the most changes from the January version are kind of editorial copy edits that were made, as well as some strategies added under equity. Next slide. Since the strategic action plan was put on the commission website for this meeting, as you all have discussed this morning, there was direction from Governor Kotek on tolling. And so there are several references in the strategic action plan to tolling, and we wanted to pause and get your direction on how we should address those in the strategic action plan as we finalize that document. So the slide after this will be making a motion to approve the strategic action plan with whatever changes you recommend based on this slide here. So what's shown here is I pulled out our references to tolling, kind of categorized those in 2 ways. One is broad references to tolling. So that's really more or less tolling is an important tool in the toolbox. And then there are specific references to beginning tolling in specific areas at specific timeframes, which are then shown here on the right. In terms of options, and we've listed 4 here, there may be a different option that you like to pursue instead. These are just offered by staff. So those range from option A, which would remove all reference to tolling in the entire plan, to option D, which would retain all things. In the middle of that is a recommendation B, which would be to keep all broad references to tolling as an important tool in the toolbox, but remove some of the more specific things since the changes in reflection of direction. Option C is the staff recommendation at this point, which would be to keep the broad references to tolling, remove most of the specific, revising an action to say that we're advancing tolling on the interstate bridge replacement and preparing for legislative direction on tolling more broadly. So with that, I might turn back to you, Madam Chair, to see how you'd like to handle this.
So first, does anybody have any questions for Amanda on this piece of it? Okay. So I guess at this point, we could ask for a motion on this to address and then have, yes.
It seems the most logical thing is frankly the staff's recommendation at this point. We've got a lot of unknowns going forward regarding tolling, and we have the governor's direction on this one, but we also have the governor's directions to move forward with tolling on the bridge, the I-5 bridge. I think it has to remain as a point of discussion for the legislature as they consider that. So I believe that C is probably the one to go. I won't make a motion. I'll give other people a chance to comment.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. I would agree with that. there are decisions that the legislature needs to, give us some direction. And I think we really need to be attentive to the spirit and intent with which the governor gave us direction on Monday, and not either amplify that or de-amplify that. So I think C is the logical place for us to end up, because we need to give ourselves flexibility in our language and respect the legislature's potential desire to weigh in on this.
Other commissioners? I don't see much. Nobody wants to speak there. Okay, I agree. I think that C is the logical language that we probably need to keep at this moment. And I think staff's recommendation is a good one on this.
Get like a motion.
I would like a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we direct staff to implement option C as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in, any other further discussion, excuse me? Yes. Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I'm sorry I didn't press the button fast enough. I also agree with the staff recommendation for option C. I did just want to ask if there has been any consideration, and this is going back to the EMAC discussions about our triple mandate here, where tolling was supposed to help us deal with the revenue shortage and also to advance our goals of reducing vehicle miles traveled and encouraging people to make more thoughtful decisions about multimodal options of transportation. So recognizing that this is one tool in the toolkit for generating revenue for our capital projects, we will also need to address the implications for our other goals for equity and reducing vehicle miles traveled if we're not moving forward with tolling outside of IBR.
Do you have any comment to that?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chapman, I think we haven't added any other specific reference in the strategic action plan, but I think that's in alignment with the staff recommendations for keeping the broader references in acknowledgement of it needs to be a tool in the toolbox. And it's important for a number of different things. And I think that's reflected in the Oregon Highway Plan policy that you adopted on tolling in terms of those goal areas that you mentioned.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Smith, do you have any comment that you'd like to make?
I concur. I think that option C is the right move. Yeah, I think the legislature needs to decide if there's continued political will to move forward with tolling. And I think once people start looking at the real numbers, it's got to be a tool. It's got to be on the table. So I think we need to leave it as modified.
So it sounds like consensus here. We have a motion on the table. All those in favor in adopting option C, say aye.
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 Opposed? None? Thank you very much, Amanda.
Thank you. So on the next slide is the overall requested action for the strategic action plan as a whole. So that would be with the agreed upon tolling change that you just settled upon. And also want to note that there's a requirement in statute. One of the primary responsibilities of the Transportation Commission is adopting the statewide transportation policy, the Oregon Transportation Plan. As part of that, you're also required to approve an implementation plan as part of that. And so in taking this action for the strategic action plan, it acknowledges that that's also fulfilling some of those statutory requirements.
Okay. So do we have any questions for Amanda on this part? Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve. Okay, speak up.
I think the motion is to approve the 2024-2028 strategic action plan with agreed upon changes for tolling.
So we had to do it kind of twice, but fine. Second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Any more discussion? Is it clear what we're doing? I mean, it seems a little convoluted, but yes,
I
we're,
hope so, since we're following their direction.
okay.
I do have
Yes.
a question of clarification. How do we incorporate Commissioner Chapman's points with regard to our three pillars that we're trying to achieve with is that, I think it's a real germane point.
Yes, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, if at the commission's pleasure, you would like more specific references within the broader discussion of tolling as a tool in the toolbox to the pillars that tolling can help to achieve in terms of paying for major projects, helping to reduce vehicle miles traveled, help meet climate goals, we can be more specific about that in the actual document if you would like that change made.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I thought I might add one question if I could. Ms. Peets, do we have those references that were brought forward by Commissioner Chapman embedded within the OTP?
We do.
As a furtherance of the OTP, that might be the place for it. And again, I don't want to suggest a but I think it is captured. That said, I do think it's a very important point. And so we could certainly go either way. I think the commission could adopt now and know that it is captured, or the commission could choose to see edits.
Well, I have a couple thought processes on that. One is, yes, it's in the OTP, and yes, that's part of our plan, but it doesn't specifically call it out in this plan. And I think that we always have the right to amend this plan. It's a living document that we're working with. And I think that as we get this process through, we might want to do that later on down the line. I don't think we need to necessarily do it today because of the wording and the things that we would want to do into this plan. But I think that we probably are going to have to strengthen that conversation at some point. Yes, Vice Chair.
Just an acknowledgement, Commissioner Chapman. I hadn't really thought of it in that context, but I think she raised a very good point. I mean, quite frankly, the congestion pricing program is probably the strongest tool we had towards addressing VMT. And we have other tools in there that are referenced, but my opinion is they're limited effectiveness towards that goal. It's a really hard goal to reach. I don't want to diminish the staff work on it, but we talk a lot about that, but it's really hard to do. We had some discussion about that on the tour yesterday with the interchange issues, about all the work they had done to try to address that without a lot of success.
Madam Chair, questions?
Yes, Commissioner Chapman. Sorry, I was looking behind me. I'm all over the place, so excuse me. Go ahead.
Thank you for raising that point, Vice Chair. It is our most effective tool, just empirically, and the alternatives are going to be very expensive. So I just want to make sure that as we're approaching the 2025 legislative session, we're not only asking for money for capital projects, we're asking for money to help advance these other very challenging goals that we have in tandem.
And I see that Commissioner Smith has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. I agree that this is language that we probably want to add. However, I think I prefer the chair's approach, which is pass this today, because I think we need to work on how we want to say it. And I don't think it's possible really to do that in this setting. So maybe ask staff to come back with an edit that would cover those so that we can get the words right, but not slow up this process of approving it today, because I think we need to get it done under our work plan and deliverables.
Thank you for your comment. And I think that we're spot on here. So Amanda, I think that you kind of got the flavor of what we're looking for. And I think that part of that conversation in 25 is we really need to start pushing alternatives to driving. And so when you're looking, so I'm going to put my transit hat on here. When I start talking about transit and bike and ped, this is all part of it. I mean, if we're going to reach our goals, not only that, with our greenhouse gases and what we're trying to do in our state, you know, we need to think about what we're going to do in the future. So I think a lot of thought needs to be put into it so that the approach is done in a really good way. To have that conversation. And I see you squirming over here, Vice Chair, so.
Oh, I'm not squirming. I'm just kind of chuckling a little bit, saying it reminds me of the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
I agree, but I think that people are starting, we have two things going on in our, and I'm just gonna get on my soapbox here, but we have two things going on. As electrification of cars happens, we're not seeing a slowdown in the use of vehicles on our roadways. So that leads us to, we have to provide the network for driving because it's not going to slow down. People think they're doing their part. With that said, we also need to build a system that works for everyone so that as if we can't reduce that congestion, that we give them an alternative to driving.
It does raise the question, we talk about it a lot, why are we trying to reduce VMT? Is it because of the air pollution, environmental climate impact, or is it because of a concern about capacity? I agree with your just comments. I believe that human nature, of at least of those of us who live in the Western North America, is that we really like the independence of driving our own vehicles. And the answer environmentally is probably to have more environmentally sensitive vehicles.
Yes, so
But
that
it
is
doesn't
happening.
address the capacity issue.
Right, that is happening today and into the future. And I think that the reality that we're facing now is we have a congestion problem. So how do we deal with that? It's how do you make life livable with that kind of congestion in the metropolitan area? You know, it takes away from your life when you sit in a vehicle. So this is something that in my entire career I've been trying to solve. I won't solve it, I'm afraid. So with that said, we do have a motion on the table. I'm going to actually go for a vote now at this point because I think we've had quite a bit of discussion about it. So all those in favor, whoops, we lost our slide, of accepting the SAP, correct? With the changes, with the amendment, say, thank you. Approve the 2024-28 Strategic Action Plan with the agreed upon changes for tolling, say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, none? There you go. That was almost simple. Kind of messed that up a little bit, so.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I want to thank Mary McGowan, who's been lead staff helping to carry this through and done an amazing job in preparing the strategic action plan. Certainly the director, assistant directors, and you commissioners for making it what it is, and I think will be a great guiding document for us. So going to the next slide, what does that mean as a guiding document for us? I think one of the feedback that we heard during public outreach is, okay, the action's all well and fine, but what does that really mean? And are you going to get there? How are you going to get there? And the key in understanding that then is looking at the milestones, which get us into the more specifics around that. And so before going to the examples in the next couple of slides relevant to the conversation that we were just having, I think there's a couple of key pieces in the strategic action plan to note. One is that there is the requirement to develop a vehicle mile traveled reduction strategy. And I think that is exploring what are the tools in the toolbox, how effective can these different things be, and kind of what's the cost to benefit ratio of pursuing some of those actions. And so that's something that would be brought back before this commission to review, comment on, and kind of see how to pursue. Additionally, this morning you had public comment from the Street Trust talking about safety actions. Intentionally at your next meeting in May, we have a agenda topic for safety, and that's really to deep dive in on the actions around safety in the strategic action plan and kind of beyond, to have that more holistic sense of the things that we're doing, make sure we're focusing on the right things as because no death is acceptable. We really need to be addressing some of our serious safety issues. So let's go next slide. I'll give a couple other examples of what milestones look like as we move forward. These will be things that we'd share out with the commission on a periodic basis to say how we're doing relative to these things. But as you can see from examples here, they're pretty tangible efforts. So one of the actions under customer service is to develop and launch self-service kiosk for DMV transactions. So early steps in that would be to identify locations. In July, then identifying kind of the system, the operations of those, and then actually launching the test site locations in August. So that's kind of how that would progress, and we'll be developing actions like this, milestones like this for every single action identified in the SAP. Next slide. The other one I'll highlight is one of the newer strategies that was added to the strategic action plan that I mentioned. This is really around equity, and it's making sure that within our investment decisions that we're being intentional in achieving more equitable outcome. Working with our community partners, but certainly looking at how those investments really directly impact communities. Are we investing more in disadvantaged area that maybe don't have as many transportation options, or they're limited, to expand those choices for them? And also kind of beyond just the geographic location area, really understanding, are we benefiting by increasing access to housing, affordable housing, increasing access to jobs, and some of those kinds of things. And so this is kind of a series of actions we're taking in the 27 through 30 step to really intentionally make sure that we're advancing that equitable outcome. And with that, next slide, I think that concludes my presentation.
So do we have any questions for Amanda? Or questioned out?
Questioned out.
Questioned out? Okay. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Good discussion.
Madam Chair, I'll just state that with the approval of the strategic action plan, you're also meeting the milestone for delivering the governor's expectation of having a strategic action plan in place by June. So, thank you.
For a coffee.
Oh, thank you.
Has nothing to do with the 10-yard comment.
But it will be remembered.
No, I think staff saw I was fading.
I'm just wondering why there's only one.
If you promise them the dump truck.
Yeah.
Third time's the charm. For the record, I'm the Pete's Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis.
Darren Nebal, Region 3 Manager.
Tom Scavara, Region 3 Senior Transportation Planner.
And I hope Mr. Neval's bribe helps with the approval of this action item.
We're not saying bribe.
So you might wonder why I'm sitting up here with this is a region-driven effort. They've done a fantastic job working with local jurisdictions, pulling together a plan to move things forward. But there's two really important things that I wanted to share to help set the context for this action and decision. Next slide. The first is blank. So the first is really, this action will amend the Oregon Highway Plan. So Oregon Highway Plan fits under the structure of the Oregon Transportation Plan. So Oregon Transportation Plan is fairly broad on transportation as a whole. You narrow that down when you get to the Highway Plan because you're focused on just ODOT roadways and the policies to govern those. And then a facility plan looks at the roadway and the policies to govern those, but within a very specific area location of the state. The interchange area management plan that we're talking about today is a facility plan. And so as such, all those components are part of the statewide TSP or transportation system plan. So they go through a formal process, they go through an amendment process. So when you take this action, you're amending the Oregon Highway Plan to revise the policies for that specific spot location. If there was a slide, I would say next slide. So a little bit about an IAM. So again, interchange area management plan. So it really looks at about a 20-year period and says, what are the demands on the system from a traffic standpoint, from kind of a multimodal standpoint? And it looks at land uses. So what is the current development? What is the expected development in the future? How is that going to impact how people travel within this specific location? So it sets forward basically an agreement with our local jurisdiction partners to figure out how we're going to manage that particular location in that time frame. Any changes to configurations, any projects that we kind of have planned, and how we look at things. So that leads me to really the second point that I wanted to help kick off this conversation. Not only does it amend the Oregon Highway Plan, but I think this is a great project to show how policies get put into action. So one of those, in the efforts leading up to the Interchange Area Management Plan, before that even began, region and local recognized there were challenges on the system, that there was a lot of congestion. And we really look at, with the Oregon Highway Plan, we have a policy called 1G1. Hopefully you all have it memorized by now. But basically what that says is it says before we add capacity, we're going to try to make the system more efficient. We can do that through, say, intelligent transportation system or technological fixes. We can try to do that through demand management. So with our transportation options program, back when I was leading it several years ago, we tried to do project-specific applications of that and said, okay, instead of looking at capacity, let's try to do demand management. So in this particular location, we tried to do demand management first. While that helped some, ultimately the issues of congestion, backup, and safety still continued, and now we're moving to some different options and different fixes. But that shows how we're trying to apply the policy through time. The other thing that's important is more of a look ahead. So with this Interchange Area Management Plan, it is looking at a different mobility in a different way than we have. So the Oregon Highway Plan looks at mobility as terms of number of vehicles to how many vehicles that system can hold. We call that the volume to capacity ratio. And that has been a topic of discussion for years in terms of jurisdictions. Is that the right measure to use? As we think about what a modern transportation system looks like. We've had some discussions with the Portland metro area and the metro RTP. In fact, we worked with them on a new policy around mobility that looks more at speeds and how speeds drop below a certain level for a certain number of hours. Then you say you have an undeniable need here, you need to fix the system. And so that's really what this mobility target is trying to get at, is when do you have an undeniable need that you need to do something. This is really unique in that it looks at safety as a way to kind of create that undeniable need. And so looking forward to the update of the Oregon Highway Plan, we're going to have a conversation in June with you all on what are the things that we need to update there, how do we need to think about it, and then we'll launch into a process. So I think this is a good example to see other ways that we can think about important topics like mobility, and you can see that applied in a specific location. So with that, I'll turn it over to the region team to talk about this specific plan.
All right, great. Thanks, Amanda. Again, Darren Nebal, Region 3 Manager. I'm just going to give you a little background, and then I'm going to hand it off to Tom that did a lot of hard work with the city staff on this plan. So go to the next slide, please. So South Medford Interchange was built in 2009. You guys got to see, some of you got to see that yesterday. It's what we call a SPUI, single point urban interchange. And so you can see it's controlled by one signal through there. So fairly unique. When we built this was one of the first in Oregon. But since then, we've had significant growth in the area. We've had a regional, you've heard this morning, had a regional medical center get built there. Lots of employment going on in there. And we got future housing hopefully going in that area down the road. And so we just see this continuing to be a problem. As Amanda mentioned, in 2018, we did the transportation options. We reached out to the commuters, we reached out to the employers in the area and said, hey, can we adjust your timing that you go through that interchange to try and reduce that peak time, that demand in that peak time. And we didn't have great success. We had some success, but not great. During that, we partnered with City of Medford, the major employers, and RVTD to try and make that happen, but really struggled. And again, we continue to need housing in the Medford area, and so this plan is hoping to allow us to continue to see that growth in that area. Let's go to the next slide. So this just shows you what that peak time looks like in the southbound ramp. And Tom will talk about again, kind of where we landed with the plan. So in 2019, the city came to us and said, hey, can we have a conversation about this? We started the developing the plan, and that has continued. The city adopted this in 2023, and so it's our turn. We're looking for hopefully your support with this. Last thing I'll mention is it's a three-phase approach that we're looking at in this area. First is this alternative mobility standard. Second, yesterday we took you on a quick tour and we looked at South Stage plan that we're in the middle of developing right now. It's looking at an overcrossing across the freeway, could be an interchange also. The plan's got at least another year to go. And so that'll be the second phase that we hope will help with reducing demand in this area. And then the third one is looking at the local network. So we'll start another planning project down the road around looking at the local network in the city of Medford and Phoenix, because this is really ties to both those communities. So with that, I'll pass it on to Tom.
Next slide, please. Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the Transportation Commission. I'm Tom Guevara. I was ODOT's agency project manager on the South Medford Interchange plan. I'm also a senior transportation planner. So I'd give you a little bit of a backstory because this is new policy. It was a challenge and a learning experience for ODOT staff of how we were going to address the growth needs in Medford, especially with the new interchange that was built in 2009. So when we were handed this project, ideally what it was is we were looking at capacity improvements in a traditional sense of we would have more capacity interchange, come up with an alternative mobility target on a traditional volume to capacity ratio, and that would solve the problem. But it became a game of whack-a-mole. When we tried to address the VC issues, we were looking at 14 hours a day of congestion, which exceeded our VC standards. And at that point, VC no longer was a valid measure of performance. It just, from 6 in the morning, we had congestion until about 6 to 8 at night. And at that point, it was just congested all day. So in the planning study, we took a different approach. And in this approach, what we said is, let's diagnose the problem. Is why are we having these issues with the new interchange? We didn't know why. And we had to take a regional look. And part of the regional look, we worked with our local partner, City of Medford staff, which were a great partner. So was the transit agency and our MPO staff. And identifying regional travel behavior. We looked at land use, where trips were generating, where they were going. We looked at the network, how trips are distributed on the network. And we looked at the city's goals, growth goals, which was the 2020 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. In this, we identified that all traffic gets trapped in this triangle that you can see with Barnett is heavily congested going east-west. We had a large local traffic demand of people living on the west side of Medford, crossing I-5 to get to the east side of Medford. Same thing was occurring with Garfield, and then you had 99. And then you had I-5 traffic that was unloading at Garfield with nowhere to go. So when the local system was congested, we couldn't clear queues on the ramps. And at that point, you're just sitting through multiple traffic cycles. Next slide, please. So this gives us a little idea of the congestion we started seeing of traffic queues backing up. What we had to do is go back and look at identifying what is our priority. And this is where ODOT got back to safety is our #1 priority in keeping I-5 travel lanes moving. So we moved in that direction of coming up with a safety mobility target that looked at managing traffic queues on the ramps that were adequate to support the city's growth needs so we don't block travel lanes and we don't have crashes and fatalities. Next slide, please. In doing that, we came up with this standard which looks at ramp length plus deceleration and gives us a maximum ramp queue. So on the southbound off-ramp, now we're going to be using 1,070 feet. And then we have a proposed project to extend that ramp, which would then, when that project is built, the maximum ramp queue would be 2,360 feet. On the northbound ramp, it would be 730 feet. Next slide, please. Here's a list of projects. And these projects here, when we looked at a macro level, these are safety and operation projects. For I-5, how do we keep I-5 safe and moving and identifying those needs? So what we looked at was the ramp extensions, but we also looked at transportation system management measures on I-5. What we found in our analysis, by ODOT being able to meter travel on I-5, we had less congestion at exit 27. So ramp metering becomes an important factor in managing traffic flow on I-5 in this area. Next slide, please. So what we identified was we understand the physical projects, but congestion really needs to be addressed on the local system. And this is where our local partners come into play. So we looked at multimodal facilities. Where do we improve bicycle and pedestrian facilities in the study area, giving mode choice during congested times, and really working with our local partners, our transit agency, and City of Medford to make those investments and provide those facilities. So as congestion does occur over time, there's options. Next slide, please. These were some of the measures that the City of Medford already has in place. Reducing wave off-street parking, updating shared parking provisions, and working with RVTD and large employers to identify alternative work schedules and reduce peak hour commute. Next slide, please. Then we knew what the what was and the why, but we didn't know how. So in this slide, we actually developed an implementation section with the City of Medford staff, and ODOT not being a land use expert, we really had to rely on our local government who deals with land use to come up with an implementation section that clearly, basically its instructions is as development occurs over time, both ODOT staff and city staff have a common understanding on how to implement the facility plan. And that's where we were able to identify. And I believe this is also one of the first in the state where we laid it out on how to implement a plan. Next slide, please. So our request today is requesting Oregon Transportation Commission to amend the Oregon Highway Plan to adopt IM 27 as an ODOT facility plan for South Medford Interchange and adopt findings of compatibility for IM 27. Next slide. So that's just a brief overview. If you want to go back to any slides, I'll be happy to answer your questions. I do want to give a plug to city staff, though. It's important that these partnerships that we created, the reason we had success was the working relationship with the City of Medford staff. We came together in 2019 with some challenges that were difficult, and we were able to find a solution that, one, worked for the city's growth needs, and they concurred, but two, ODOT also got back to maintaining safety and operations in our facilities. And that was the compromise in this new policy document that we're presenting. That's all I have.
Questions, Vice Chair?
Yeah, two, one curiosity, but first, we kind of talked about it out on the walkway yesterday, but I know you're studying this. I'm just kind of curious of your sense of things. With that east side bypass that we toured yesterday, is that expected to take some of the pressure off once completed?
We're hoping so. Sorry. Chair Wright, or
You're fine.
Chair Commissioner, Chair Jude Brown. Sorry.
It's okay. You're fine, dear.
Yes, it is. But again, it's part of the study. So, but that's what we're for.
Second one is just a curiosity question. Looking at that first slide, it's a big thing. Would a roundabout have served a better function rather than the cross signals and all that.
Are you talking at the interchange?
Yeah, on top there, at the interchange. Because there's a whole lot of cross.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, yes.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Bayer, going back to your question, the Foothill project is an important project. What it does is diverts traffic that's coming from White City, Eagle Point, Shady Cove. The unfair thing for the city of Medford is they have traffic passing through Highway 62 that's not originating in Medford. It's coming from these other areas. And as a result, it puts high demand on exit 30 and Medford facilities. So the Foothill alternative road was designed for those people living out in that area to bypass 62 and take Foothill and get into South Medford area. Going back to the roundabout question, I don't know.
Yeah, it's two-way. Just curious, I was just looking at it saying, I wonder if a roundabout would have worked better.
I can tell you, just by way of reference, the single point urban interchange moves one of the highest volumes of traffic through an interchange in transportation vernacular. So it's a very efficient interchange. It's huge, but it's efficient.
Do we have other comments, commissioners? Just from someone that lives in this area, we feel the pain all the time because of the congestion there. And it is a safety hazard out on I-5. Will the interchange, a new interchange or an overpass alleviate some of this? Probably. And it'll take the pressure off of it for sure, because that's the only way that people can get to the medical facilities now. And it is a high medical facility area. And then you have actually a residential area that's kind of locked in, being able to get through to the other side of Medford. So everybody is trying to use that area. It's very congested. I can tell you from a transit side, it's narrow, it's hard. Buses have a difficult time with all of that gridlock too. Staying on time. It's one of our areas that we struggle with, but we are continuously looking at that and other ways of serving it to make it better for people to make that option, to not drive up to that area. But, we can't undo years and years of planning that happened before our time. So now let's do better.
It's a really good example of the difficulties with reducing VMT, We got a major regional medical facility, and it's pretty hard to change, with people driving to that.
And they're building out their campus, and it's needed, and it makes sense to build it out and keep it all kind of consolidated in one area. But it makes it difficult for the residents that live up in that area because they're receiving everybody from everywhere. So, all right.
So where are our motions that you need?
Yeah, can you flip back up to those things? Because I know it helps us. All right, there we go. So I'm looking for a motion. And I think we can do it twofold.
I think you do it together.
Yep.
Madam Chair, I would move that we amend the 1999 Oregon Highway Plan to adopt IAM 27 and ODOT facility plan for the South Medford interchange and adopt the findings of compatibility for IAM 27. How's that?
That's perfect. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any more discussion? Hearing none, we'll go for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have none opposed, so here you go. That
Thank
was
you.
pretty painless, wasn't
Thank
it?
you.
That was interesting.
And you can call me Julie Brown anytime.
Oh.
It's all right.
Not for
You know
this.
what? It's all right. You've known me too many years. Right. Now the pressure's on.
Now that he made a mistake already, I know I'm gonna do it.
You're going to do it? Okay. It's all right. You know, that's the one bad thing about having somebody that you've been around for 20 some odd years.
Okay,
Welcome.
thank you. Chair Brown, Commissioners, thank you for having us today. My name is Jerry Marmon. I'm the ODOT Area Manager.
And I'm Mike Montero, Commissioners, and I'm Area Commission Chair.
And we will be providing you an update on the RV Act work plan today. Before I do that, I would really like to just give a couple of acknowledgements. I want to thank you for taking time to sit with our act and have the conversations you did yesterday, as well as a meeting with our maintenance and operation folks. It really does makes a huge difference, and they're very much appreciated. So thank you for doing that. Okay, as you know, every 2 years, the acts are responsible for developing a work plan, and the work plan essentially kind of outlines different items we want to work with, different items we want to weigh in on, or process improvements. It's kind of a variety of different things that's in the work plan, but then it subsequently shapes our agenda moving forward for the next 2 years. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that we went through, and then I'm going to turn it over to our Chair Act Montero, and he's going to talk a little bit more in detail about what the actual elements of the work plan are. So we actually this year did a fairly robust process in terms of gaining input into the work plan. We had several discussions at the larger act table, but we realized that to really do our due diligence and drill into some of these issues, we needed a smaller group. And so we broke out into a sub-team. We broke a sub-team off of the larger act, I should say. And that sub-team met 3 different times. We decided to have a facilitator walk us through that process because we tried it on our own and it was just a little too squirrely. So having a facilitator actually helped the conversation and the process a lot. Each of those 3 meetings that we had, we circled back with the larger act group and asked them for comments on where we were. And then so 3 different times we had kind of an iterative process of back and forth. So that's why our process took a little bit longer than some of the other ones across the state, I think. But I think it was well worth it and a model that I'd like to continue into the future. So with that, we have a refined work plan and items, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But if there are no questions, we can turn it over to our RVAC chair, and he can walk through the items, and we'll go from there, if that's okay.
Do we have any questions? Okay, Mr. Montero, take it away.
Chair Brown, members of the commission, I'd like to echo Jerry's comments about thanking for being here. I think there's no substitute for having your eyes on existing conditions to really inform you. That having been said, it works in reverse too. The area commissions really are charged with providing regionally specific input to the commission's decisions they make on areas in the state. We just made one on exit 27 on behalf of our area commission. I can't thank you enough. It's critical. We think about the work plan that really follows the guidance in the strategic action plan that Amanda just talked about. That really guides the work program that we have. And if one thing was not made clear to us through our area commission meeting yesterday, is that we need to focus. We have limited resources, not just financially, but human resources. And in order to get the best out of these area commissions, we really need to follow the guidance that you provided to us. So we've given you some of the items that we have. Obviously, we're interested in future funding. I'm sure you hear that in every area commission that you visit. But we're also realists in knowing the challenges that are facing all the commissions, the state, all the acts. So what we recognize is that we have a partnership opportunity. So some of the things that we're going to do down here is when we're looking for funding in the scarce environment, we're going to make sure that for all ACT members that we're identifying opportunities for the grants might come along and looking for opportunities to leverage those grants for improving the entire system. Excuse me. So you can see that up there. One of the other things that we've done in the past is to develop a list of projects to our area commissions, exclusive of cost, that just prioritizes what do we need. no matter what it costs, what do we need? And we'd have a prioritized list that we would take and go through a periodic review process. And we understand typically you think about projects, you think about roadway projects, but we're actually going to have two lists. We're going to have one for roadway type projects. We're going to have another list of active transportation projects and look for ways to integrate those when funds become available. If I've learned anything over the 2+ decades, funding is a fluid proposition. Money comes, money goes, but if you're not prepared to receive it by having your projects correctly configured and all of the entitlement obligations made, then you're going to miss out. And when we miss out, it doesn't just affect the community, it's the region and the state system as well. So that's one of our goals. In order to make sure that we're making the best out of our human investment and the resources that the OTC commits to the Area Commission program, we're going to go through an evaluation of the decision-making process that we have here to ensure that we're making the best use of meeting those goals in the strategic action plan. We're going to identify in our community those that have special needs. So you think about, in fact, on the tour yesterday, the stop that we made in Phoenix. We think about what the investment in the 99 project means for that little community. Well, in large measure, a lot of them are minorities. They are persons of little means. And so we're going to look to meet the goals of all of those. I am particularly proud of our MPO as one of our partners, which I think you already know this, but our area commission is housed over 2 MPOs. The one in Grants Pass and Joe County, the one here. And the collaboration is incredible. Even though they have different criteria, we work together very, very closely. And one of the real success stories in our Valley MPO is that they have provided an allocation of funding to the transit district for decades. And I understand that's not always done elsewhere. But that just gives you a flavor for the kind of cooperation that we have. We think about the increased equity and diversity. You want to go on to the next one? That's certainly important. When you're trying to populate these committees, the reason that you populate them is that you want to get input from everybody. And so sometimes that's difficult. So we have a robust process. We'll be evaluating that to ensure that we're reaching out to the different ethnic groups, the different user groups, to make sure that the advice that we give you is the best that we can give. The next area is return on investment. And depending on kind of your background, that is often interpreted to be, a financial measurement, but it doesn't need to be. And in this region, we're very proud that that's not been the only way that we measure success or measure success on the investment. Again, I'll reference the 99 project. When you heard the testimony from the folks in Phoenix about the benefit that is accruing to their city, pretty compelling. Is it going to return the most dollars to revenue generation for Phoenix or for Medford or the region? Probably not. That's not the only way you measure the performance. So that's something that we're very, very focused on and very interested in. The other thing that we want to go on to the next slide.
Maybe.
Well, I thought there were, well, anyway, that's fine. So when we think about the testimony that you've heard, particularly in the last item, we think about the challenge that faces Oregon and ODOT and in our community. And a couple of the facts that we learned through our meeting yesterday is Region 3 has the longest section of I-5 in the state. And Oregonians are not the only ones that use I-5. In fact, if you look at between Canada and Mexico, we're really sandwiched in the middle. So when we fight for capacity so that we can help our communities meet their urban need, it's a challenge. And you're right in the middle of the challenge. So we feel that we're tasked with working along with our municipal partners to do the best that we can to ensure that the kind of land uses that are supported are the ones that slow the growth of demand on your system and our own. To that end, one final comment that has been bubbled to the surface on OFAC is it appropriate to use state funding on local projects where a measurable reduction on the demand on the state system can be evidenced? And the short answer is yes, they should do that. I know we had a couple of conversations about that yesterday. And so in working in partnership with our partners and all of our municipalities inside RVX boundaries, that's an opportunity that we're going to be seizing onto. So that's kind of the overview of our act and our work plan. I'll take any questions that you have.
So questions from the commission?
I have a
Do you
question.
have a comment or
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
Great, Commissioner Baker.
We hear oftentimes that ODOT doesn't listen. And I think under Chair Brown's leadership, we're really trying to up our game in terms of, keeping our lips sealed and our ears open a little bit more and listening and being responsive. When you go to find the truth in anything, you need to go as close to the source as possible. So if we want to know the truth about this area, we need to see it and feel it and touch it. And the act plays such a big role for us. But all that being said, how are we doing? Are we listening? Are there any things that come to mind that we ought to be thinking about doing better?
The way that I'm going to answer that is in context of District 8 and Region 3. And I'll just promise you, you're never going to go any place you're not going to hear some critics, but you're not going to hear it out of me. And you're not going to hear it out of our area commission. And this is a culture that has been developed here largely due to the efforts of our area managers and our regional managers. This goes back, and for context, Commissioner Baker, the Salem and Rogue Valley area commissions were the first in the state. So we've been in operation for a quarter of a century. And this culture doesn't happen quickly, but it happens collaboratively. So to answer your question, I don't have any complaints about it. And frankly, a lot of commendation is due to our region folks, our local folks, and frankly, to the commission that has served the state for many years.
Good. Thank you.
Questions from the other commissioners or comments? Well, I want to thank you. Oh, did you?
I
No,
just
you
want to say, I
already asked and it's too
I
late.
know, I just,
Oh, go ahead.
the area, I mean, we're spending a lot of time in the Medford area per se, but it struck me yesterday going around how big this region is. And when you deal from the top of the Cascades to the Pacific Ocean and particularly 101, you got a heck of a task over there with a lot of that. And I think a lot of time people don't appreciate how hard that is. I forget if you described it yesterday or one of you described that you have roadways that you have named slippage areas. They're going to fail. We just don't know when and how we have to fix them. I was impressed by the diversity and the talent and commitment of your staff.
And I see, Commissioner Smith, did you have your hand up?
I did. I just wanted to make a comment, and I wanted to appreciate all the work that the act put into this plan, and it seems very well thought out, seems very in-depth, and I just appreciate all of your hard work and presentation today. So thank you.
And we do appreciate everything that, I know it was, so coming from the inside a little bit, just knowing my act, it was difficult for you because everybody has an opinion, but everybody got to be heard. And they came up with a solution to actually produce something. So thank you for doing that. And I'm glad that you think it's a good process and that you'll be able to move forward in the future. I think that one of the things we've struggled with over the years is really making sure that the outside voice is heard. And you struggle with it because you can have all the open houses you want. You can invite people to your meetings. And somebody said it yesterday, nobody says a word until that first stake is driven into, I think you did say that, Mr. Montero. First time they drive a a stake, everybody in that community comes undone and starts yelling about what's going on here. How did this road get placed here? I hope in the future that more Oregonians will get involved. And I think that this is a good way of doing it. So if people are watching this, you know, you're always, you can zoom into our ACT meetings. You can zoom into our commission meetings now. It's a great way of really being informed. And I hope that more people will do it. But thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
All right.
Thank you.
You guys have a good afternoon. And thanks for not calling me Julie. Okay. Wow. We got done a little early. That's pretty rare.
Do we really need 60 minutes for this?
So the question is, are you looking, do you want to keep moving?
Yep, we've
Because
got,
lunch isn't here yet?
yep,
Huh?
we have, Tony has got another obligation, and so I propose, Madam Chair, that we skip over item K to item L.
Poor Tony. We just,
What we're hoping is by the end of the day.
we hope that Tony will get to speak to us this time.
It's only been 6 months in the making.
That's right. We keep slicing Tony off the agenda, and this time you make it so. All right.
You're on.
We're going to move to L. 24 session recap.
Excellent. Well, good morning again, Chair Brown and members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Lindsay Bryce. I'm the Assistant Director for Government and External Relations here at ODOT. And I've got a bit of a recap today to talk about the 2024 legislative session that just passed. So just again, by way of context, which many of you already know, the legislature here in Oregon meets once every year, and they're odd numbered years. They have the 160-day long sessions, and then in their even numbered years, it is their short 35-day session. Can we go to the next slide, please? They were able to wrap up in just 32 days. So they died last Thursday. Their target was Sunday, so a few days ahead of schedule. And it was an incredibly productive session, all things considered. So as you can see here, there was almost 300 bills introduced, 135 of those measures passed. ODOT was in front of a number of different committees giving a lot of presentations, and we received a fair amount of money and general fund investment. I think I mentioned this in January as we were kind of looking ahead to the 2024 session, that this was not a heavy session for ODOT in terms of executive branch agencies do not bring forward proactive legislative agendas. We had a couple of requests, which you were all aware of. And I think actually that was the biggest piece of business before us, was asking for that general fund. And then really starting to set the stage and continue to dig in deeper with members of the legislature, of the transportation committees, and then of course with the broader body as we look ahead to the 2025 legislative session. So again, all things considered, I would say this was a pretty successful session. Next slide. So this just gives you a little bit of a flavor for kind of the conversations that we were a part of and the actions the legislature took that really supported the agency and the work that we were doing. So as you heard earlier from Mr. Lynn and Mr. Brower, the legislature did actually approve a $19 million general fund one-time supplemental infusion for winter maintenance, as well as a $20 million supplemental infusion for right-of-way health and safety. I really want to emphasize, and I think underline both of these, mostly to call out the fact that they were general fund requests. I think a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past 2 to 3 years and really sharing our structural revenue challenges in Oregon in transportation and how that affects acutely our maintenance and operation and our ability as an agency to deliver core critical services is not falling on deaf ears. I think we had this conversation in earnest in the legislative session, and the legislature was not in a position to where they could actually provide any remedy or provide any solution. And then we moved forward with taking, I think planning to take some of those pretty serious service cuts. That was responded to and reacted to appropriately, which is the legislature recognizing that our situation is quite dire, and also that they recognize how important our ability to maintain those services is, certainly for the agency, but more importantly for the people across the state who rely on the ability to get to where they need to go safely and reliably. So again, I underline those because it is not common for our agency to receive general fund at all. It is not common for us to ask for general fund, let alone 2 requests in one short session. We were also able to get some limited duration positions really to continue to improve and maintain that level of customer service at the DMV. particularly, and you also heard about this earlier, in that influx and projected increase of real ID transactions over the next couple of years. And then again, some various technical adjustments for limitation and technical fixes in our budget. There were two, I guess, bigger pieces of legislation, and I say bigger as a pretty relative term, because I think policy-wise for transportation, it was a relatively quiet session. So the Transportation Omnibus Bill passed House Bill 4109 that updated some photo radar laws. It provided us some flexibility in providing disabled placard accessibility to individuals. It included some provisions around our partnership with the state of Idaho and other Northwest states in restoring some passenger rail. There was a lot of talk about passenger rail and rail-related efforts this session. And then actually, as you heard earlier from Ms. Iannarone, House Bill 4103 updated some definitions of electric bikes, I think mostly in recognition of how do we modernize our statutes that have not been updated in a very long time and really accommodate both on a regulatory but more on a safety basis how new technology is being used across the state. The last piece I would mention here that's unfortunately not on this slide, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention is Senate Bill 1553, which was a bill that was moved forward with the support, I think, of ODOT, but by the Oregon Transit Association, which really aims to improve the felt safety and safety on public transportation, particularly in making open drug use on transit a misdemeanor. And so there was a lot of good work that went into that. And I think, again, just thinking about how our multimodal system and our transit system is very much a part of a broader statewide network. Next slide. So again, I mentioned these and you heard about these earlier, 19 million for winter maintenance and 20 million for right-of-way health and safety. Again, underlining here, uncommon for our agency to get general fund, uncommon for that to happen in a short session. And one of the things I will say, because I think I personally, as did many members of our team, have a lot of conversation with legislators, both in advance of the 24 session and during the 24 session about these two requests. What was repeated back to me consistently over and over was, we know you need money. We know we as a legislature have to take some action and figure out how to get that stability and that structural sort of revenue resiliency for you all. We recognize that both of these investments are absolutely just a Band-Aid, and we think that that is the right action to take right now. So that was really helpful, I think, to hear, and it was a really positive indication of the momentum, and I think the urgency that the legislature is continuing to put on how we improve our transportation funding in the 2025 session. And one of the things I maybe will also mention here, particularly as we think about the $20 million for right-of-way health and safety focused on the Portland metro region, is really, I think that we've had this conversation a lot here with you all about how are we communicating out what that work looks like to the community. And so one of the things that we are thinking a lot about right now and planning to put forward is how are we having a regular cadence of update to the community, update to the public, and really demonstration of, one, $20 million is not going to be the end-all be-all fix for everything, and $20 million is going to be a huge investment that's going to make the felt safety, improve the felt safety in the region, and really demonstrate that we can put these funds to good use, and we can do that very quickly. So we really look forward to those investments to come out across the region in the next few months. Next slide. So again, just kind of noting here some different presentations we are in front of. As I mentioned, not a big policy agenda, but we did spend a fair amount of time with the legislature, particularly the Joint Committee on Transportation. So early in session, I think I mentioned this in the January meeting, one of the goals of this organization going into short session was really reminding the legislature of the significant investment of House Bill 2017, and I think reminding of how that package came to be, and demonstrating what we have done to actually deliver on all of those pieces of work, of which there were many of them. So we are very early, I actually think it was the very first committee meeting that the Transportation Committee held. We did a hearing and gave a presentation for the full 2 hours of exactly about that. A really complete total look at House Bill 2017, its various component pieces, the programs that it created, the investments that it directed, the projects that it directed, and our completion or near completion of many of those efforts. I think it was received quite well and really set the stage for, and we as an agency are ready for more, and we are ready for 2025. I think secondary to that, Towards the end of session, we spent 2 full hearings, so I think a total of about 4 hours in front of the Joint Committee on Transportation, talking about exactly about what do the needs look like across the system and across the state, focusing, as we have discussed, on core critical services, day-to-day maintenance and operations, and really maintaining the health of the organization, as well as finishing and fulfilling the commitments that we made in House Bill 2017. So we spent a lot of time, I think, sharing with the legislature how we have calculated, quantified, defined, scoped those needs. I think with the result being a deeper level of understanding of what that might look like come 2025. I think a deeper level of understanding of how the priorities and the trade-offs are incredibly important in this conversation. And I think a recognition that the legislature and we have a lot of work to do over this next interim. Next, I will just mention here, we spent a fair amount of time in front of the Special Subcommittee on Transportation Planning. So I think 4 presentations total at 2 hours apiece, really doing a lot of deep dives on tolling. As we know, that direction has changed, but I think that it really gave a lot of visibility and insight into the decisions that have been made so far. A lot of the work that we've done with in community with external partners and stakeholders, and how that program was really coming into full focus. And so I think one of the things I would maybe offer here, as my opinion at least, is there was a lot of demonstration of the work that's been done to date and the value of the work that's been completed by various people across this agency and across our partners, that if ever the legislature were to reaffirm that direction and toll in the future, we could very easily pick that work up and get started. And then finally here, just a couple of presentations that we gave to our Ways and Means Subcommittee, again, providing some more detail on the $19 and $20 million general fund requests, which, as you know, ultimately led to those requests being satisfied. Next slide, please. So I'm going to switch now a little bit to looking at the road ahead, pun absolutely intended, for the 2025 funding package. So next slide. So this is one slide taken out of a deck of about maybe 80 or so that we presented to the Joint Committee on Transportation as we were thinking about kind of what is that state system, what do those needs look like? So identifying and recognizing that the challenge is insufficient, unreliable revenue. Here's how we as an agency are prioritizing our maintenance services, our customer service, our safety improvements, and then are focusing on fulfilling 2017 commitments, and again, kind of continuing this momentum and this drumbeat around structural revenue reform is needed. I think, again, these presentations were received really well, and there's an increasing understanding and deepening of the urgency and the need for this conversation in the legislature. Next slide. This is a slide that you may all have seen before, or versions of it before. We call this the honeycomb slide. And I think it's really intended to say, we are certainly identifying problems and gaps. We are also identifying some potential solutions. This, what I think is understood and deeply felt by members of the legislature, looking at there's lots of different options on the table. Lots of different states use lots of different options and different mechanisms. Some or all of these are available to here in Oregon, and I'm confident that there are many more that are not included on this list. It's really a matter of where are the priorities of the legislature and how much will exist to actually move some of these forward, but that we as an agency are ready to help to inform that conversation and put additional ideas and proposals on the table. Next slide. Early towards the beginning of the short session, the joint co-chairs, so Senator Chris Gorsuch and Representative Susan McLean, released their co-chairs framework, is how I term this. It was a document that really articulated their vision for the next probably 10 months or so leading up to a 2025 package. I think they outlined their priorities, as you can see here: safety, accessibility, multimodal components, operations and maintenance, and then again, reliable options and achieving that structural stability and resiliency. This was well received, I think, by many stakeholders. I think many people have heard from the legislature were committed, and I think having this document and really a framework by which we're going to engage in this conversation was seen as a really positive move and step in the right direction. Next slide. So this just talks a little bit about kind of what that timeline might look like over the next few months. And I will maybe highlight here this second category, agency development efforts. Recognizing that for this conversation, the legislature is certainly in the driver's seat. They've got a lot of decisions to make and a lot of conversations to have and priorities to weigh against one another. What are we as an agency doing to prepare for that? So you all have seen this version of our needs presentation. For those of us who attended the ACT meeting yesterday, I think we gave a version of that to the ACT as well. And I think what we are thinking about and really planning for right now is how are we getting that out to as many people as possible, and how are we sharing that conversation among our local partners, our other transit partners, our modal partners, to ensure that we're all having, I think, a shared dialogue, and a shared understanding of what our needs are, but of course not speaking for other entities or other agencies in terms of their defining of what their needs are. So I've been doing a lot of work kind of internal to the agency to think about what that 90-day plan might look like. Where will we be? Who will we be sharing this information with? What might that conversation look like? And then how can we identify, certainly as part of our agency and our team and our external partners, what other messengers might be that could, I think, help lead that to success. So that work is ongoing and we're really excited about that. As you can see here, we've got, some legislative days ahead. We've got a statewide outreach sort of road show. Those dates have not been set yet, but the agency is really maintaining kind of that readiness posture so that we can dig in and support that when the time comes. And then expecting that kind of later this year and then certainly into 2025 is when that package and its kind of individual components will likely take shape. Next slide, please. So I have embedded in here our video that maybe some of you have seen. So I will maybe ask for a time check to see if we have time to view it. Otherwise, just know that it exists. I will say, I think Vice Chair Beyer, at one point you said, is there a way that we can have this, have a better representation of how complicated and complex this conversation is, and really make that accessible to other folks across the state? So we've worked really hard for the past probably 6 months or so to put a little video together that we can share. We've shared that out internally and with lots of partners, and I think it's been quite well received. So as we're getting the video queued up, I might pause and see if there's any questions that folks have before we move on. Any questions?
Try to jump to that.
Looks like we're trying.
Okay, we'll give you time. Go ahead. We're good.
Any questions?
I think I just have a comment, and I just want to thank the staff. I know that during the session, you were very busy having these conversations and putting together your presentation. I think that the one thing that we're really striving for is transparency here and really showing what the need is and being really honest as to how we've gotten to this point. And the one thing that I really appreciate with this commission is we're pushing hard on staff to find those answers for us. We're asking the hard questions, even though they may be difficult. And it may be hard for us to acknowledge sometimes how we got here, because it wasn't necessarily our doing. It's things that have happened over the many years, but now we have to figure out a way out of it. And I think that the one thing that I really appreciate about this commission is we're all in. We're all trying and we're working towards it. So thank you.
Yes.
All of you. Yes, Vice Chair.
I just want to comment. I watched most of the presentations that were made there, and I want to just compliment the staff. I think you did an incredible job. And as you know, some of you know, I was quite concerned that this session might have been ODOT's time in the box. Every session there seems to be some agency that's the bad boy. And that attitude, which was, because of tolling, I think, was quite difficult, changed. I watched it change, at least among the committee. I can't judge the larger legislature, but it's very possible. And I think there was an appreciation of the transparency and the, just willingness to talk, answer their question. I think that helped as well. other comment I'd make is I didn't think I'd ever see the day when the legislature would appropriate general funds to transportation. So that in itself is an incredible recognition of the issues and the awareness of the issues there. So that was quite impressive.
Chair Brown and Vice Chair, thank you for that. I would agree, and which is why I'm taking great pains to underline every single time we say we've got $39 million of general fund, because it was quite unprecedented, I think, and really spoke to a level of understanding of how great the need actually is. So it looks like we've got this video queued up, and I'm hopeful that the sound will work. So thank you very much, Lisa. So I will be quiet and we can play this video.
Maintaining our transportation system, whether that's fixing potholes, plowing snow, or helping stranded travelers, is something most people can agree the government should do. But governments across the U.S. are cutting back on maintenance. Why is that? You have to go back to when the modern transportation system was first built. At the turn of the 20th century, the public demanded a new network of roads that would allow them to travel with ease and speed. Governments faced a problem: how to pay for it. In 1919, Oregon paved the way by adopting the country's first gas tax. After that, virtually every transportation agency across the country adopted one too. In Oregon, gas tax receipts are combined with fees on vehicles and freight haulers to form the State Highway Fund. That fund then distributes money to transportation agencies across the state. For decades, the gas tax worked great. With it, Oregon built tens of thousands of miles of roads and thousands of bridges. It funded the construction of bike lanes, sidewalks, stoplights, and guardrails. But the gas tax is starting to show its age in two different ways. First, vehicles have gotten more fuel efficient. The average new passenger vehicle sold today uses 25% less gas than 20 years ago. By 2035, 100% of new vehicles sold in Oregon will be electric. The switch to EVs is driving carbon emissions from transportation down 60% over the next 25 years. But no matter how little gas they use, vehicles still wear down the road. Second, the gas tax has had a rough time keeping up with inflation. The federal gas tax hasn't increased since 1993. And unlike 19 other states, Oregon's gas tax isn't pegged to inflation, the price of fuel, or fuel economy. With every year that passes, the same dollar gets you less and less. The impact of inflation doesn't end with the gas tax itself. Since 2019, steel has gone up by 75%, concrete by 32%, and asphalt by 39%. So what happens when available funding can't keep pace with increasing costs? Tough choices have to be made, which brings us to what's happening today. Transportation agencies everywhere are cutting their maintenance budgets. As maintenance gets cut, Oregon's transportation system is getting more vulnerable to natural disasters. Without crews to clear culverts or trim hazardous trees or plow snow, roads are staying closed longer after storms. The system is getting dirtier, with crews unable to keep up with growing volumes of trash and graffiti or restore campsites as quickly as they used to. Without sufficient staffing, incident response teams are slower to the scene to clear crashes, support first responders, and get traffic moving again. Travelers are facing slower and more dangerous travel in winter conditions. Roads are getting rougher, with conditions getting bad enough that agencies are lowering speed limits to give people more time to navigate safely. Customer service is declining. As DMV staffing gets cut, people will wait longer for help. The decline in our transportation system won't be limited to state highways. It will happen to local and neighborhood roads, sidewalks, and bike lanes too. Rural and urban areas are struggling with these cuts. Transportation agencies can't cut their way out of the problem because the problem is a permanent decline in revenue. Okay, so let's take a look at what we can do about this as a state. Unfortunately, three big sources of funding are off the table. Federal funding can't be used for maintenance. Money collected from tolls can be used to maintain the toll road, but it can't be directed to statewide maintenance. Lastly, funding dedicated to projects by state law, which makes up a large percentage of ODOT's budget, can't be directed to statewide maintenance without legislative action. Of all the state funding available to ODOT, less than 10% can be used for maintenance services. But the good news is that there are lots of different ways to fund a safe and efficient transportation system. One option would be to expand Oregon's existing pay-per-mile or road usage charge program. It's a modern-day take on the gas tax in that the more you drive on the road, the more you pay to maintain and improve it. The state could also raise revenue through registration or other vehicle fees, or it could fill the gap with general fund resources. While the gas tax won't last forever, a gas tax increase could cover the costs of maintaining the system in the near term, while we work out how to fund it in the long term. And lastly, indexing these fees to inflation will make sure the system stays funded long into the future. With tough choices ahead, Oregonians will need to decide how much they want to maintain their transportation system and how best to pay for it.
Thank you very much for watching that. And please feel free to share with your friends and family. So again, just one version of many different materials that we're putting together to try to synthesize, really distill, and make this conversation as accessible as possible to everyone who has an invested interest in the outcome, which I assert is almost everyone in this entire state. So thank you for your time. And if I can, I'd be remiss if I didn't offer a final thought on the heels of 24 session, and maybe more importantly in advance and looking ahead of the 25 session, which is to your comment earlier, Vice Chair Byer, thank you for the recognition of all the work that went in to putting those presentations together. It was nothing short of a very concerted team effort, of which I am very proud to be part of this team. So I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge all of the work of the many people, everyone sitting behind me and everyone back at home, back in Salem, back across the state, who has a piece of it, of which we are all, the sum of the parts is much stronger. So thank you very much for the time. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I think I'm the last thing standing between us and lunch.
So questions or comments to Baker? Okay, excellent.
One quick comment.
You're standing between us and lunch. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thanks for all the great work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Oh,
looks like
we've got a hand.
Yeah.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Great work. Great. Thanks to the team. And I have a question about lunch. Are we supposed to log in? Is it a working lunch, or can we actually go have lunch since we're not there in person?
Go have lunch and start back up at 1:20.
Okay.
Can we start
Does that work?
at 1?
Can we start up at 1? I don't know.
1:20 gives us an hour lunch.
Can we shorten that?
We certainly can. It's up to the commission.
Can we, is lunch there?
Lunch is ready.
Okay, yes, we can shorten it. So we're gonna shorten it to 1.
Could we go to 1:15, maybe?
Well, we'll either leave it at 1:20 or not. I guess the other question is Tony. We don't want to mess him up either.
Ideally, he'll be back by
Because we have
1:20.
messed him up too many times.
Actually, the most opportune thing would be to come back early so that we do mess him up again.
Wow.
I actually think he's planning to be back at 1:20.
1:20, okay, so it's 1:20 it is, but we will stay on time and on task, and maybe we'll skip our break this afternoon and get through all this.
You're killing me.
Oh, come on. We gave you a break, you don't have to travel. All right, we'll see you at 1:20. Have a nice lunch.
You don't mess around with Commissioner Smith's lunch hour.
Apparently not. There she is.
Smiling.
I hope you had a
I
nice
heard
lunch.
that.
I didn't
You
say
know,
it.
some of us didn't actually have lunch catered for us, so we had to make our own lunch.
Oh, yes, you did. You just weren't here.
Well, I hope you guys had a nice lunch.
We did, yes, very nice.
Well, I want to welcome everybody back and thank you for the pause. And it's unbelievable that Mr. Schneider, we actually get an ADA update. I apologize. We have cut you so many times. We almost cut you again. Because you weren't here, but
That'd be okay.
no, it would.
Anything you guys want, ADA's here to do it.
Anyway, welcome, and we're glad to hear the ADA update.
Well, we are really glad to be here and to have some time on the agenda. My name is Tova Peltz. I am the Delivery and Operations Division Deputy Division Administrator.
And Tony Snyder, I'm the ADA Program Delivery Director.
So, Commissioners, we are very glad to be here, and we want to thank you for the funding commitment you made in September 2022. It has transformed the program, and we wanted to come today and share updates on what we've been doing since your commitment in September of 2022, 18 months ago now, which is pretty remarkable. I think we can go to slide 2. In these 18 months, we've made quite a few advancements. We've been able to restructure resources across the agency to really drive our delivery workload forward. We've pulled resources from the regions and across the division to centralize the ADA delivery program. And so we have a centralized program now with dedicated staff and budget, which has been really a huge value add because we have been able to add a number of efficiencies to our delivery methods and really streamline delivery for ADA projects. And we have the same dedicated ADA specialists working on all of the projects, which has been, I think, has added a lot of efficiency and has been, I think, has smoothed things quite a bit along the line.
Consistency across the region,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
And we're seeing cost savings on account of that on the design side, which has been great. And that goes towards just delivering more compliant ramps at a rapid pace. So this investment is certainly associated with the settlement, but it's really all about delivering investments that benefit safety and communities and climate as well. And so we've been doing a lot of work with the construction contracting community to reach our goals. We have a lot of work yet to do. Since 2022, we've seen an 88% uptick in curb ramp remediation from previous years. So that dedicated funding allowed us to really raise our numbers in delivery and increase the number of projects that we're moving along. We have a number of improvements on our design standards. So we have, as I said before, faster processes, a number of procedures to expedite right-of-way process for ADA projects, and go through environmental clearances a little bit quicker. We've trained over 1,000 staff members, ODOT staff members, consultants, and contractors on ADA engineering requirements and construction requirements. And we've created curriculum for ADA awareness training classes that are taught by our accessibility consultant and our Office of Equity and Civil Rights. We've also we've ensured that our engineers are meeting periodically with members of the community who have disabilities, and so that the designers get to see firsthand what barriers to accessibility look like and what the needs are to navigate our transportation system. And that improves not only our designs, but also how we plan our construction and plan access throughout construction. And most notably, recently, we've brought Jacobs engineering consulting firm on board to support the whole program as our owner's representative. And they're going to be working with us over the next 10 years or so as we deliver, as we work towards our settlement deadlines. So let's go to next slide 3. Thanks, Lisa.
One of the things that's made this possible, Madam Commissioners, is the use of federal Garvey bonds. I think this is the first time that ODOT's used federal Garvey bonds. It's been a painful, long process, to get it approved by Federal Highway. We had amendments. We take specialty training for our finance people to be able to program the Garvey funds. But now we have it, it's going to be easier. There may be other programs that use Garvey funds in the future. I understand that Oklahoma's used it 11 or 12 times. Idaho uses it all the time. So it's easy once you get into it, but at that hurdle of getting in. The bonds were authorized by the 23 legislature. It's about $640 million. And we pay a 20% match on that. Now, the money that we pay comes out of our federal allotment. It doesn't hit the state debt service that we have. We're expecting the first tranche of Garvey bonds this year, with every couple of years having another one. The debt service is going to be about $25 million, according to Travis. And when we by the time we get up to the maximum amount of it, it'll be about $60 million a year in 2029. And the bonds will be paid off over I think an 18-year period. Yeah, it could be as little as 12 to 18 is what the program says. Slide 4, please.
Yeah, I think we actually are a slide off, so. Yeah. Oh, or we lost the slide somewhere. Okay.
So anyway, we have over 8,000 ramps done, which is about a third of the total that we've got to get. That were completed the first 6 years. Now, 5,000 of those ramps of the 8,000 was built at 22 and 23. So the first 4 or 5 years of the program, was just trying to get set up, put the assembly line in place, learned what to do, what we had to do. And then we came forward with the funding plan. September 22, you guys funded us, and we really have taken off. The train was off the track at first, and now it's on the track that's moving. Yeah. Am I getting 3,000 ramps done a year? No, not yet. We're working towards that. So what we're trying to shoot for is 10% of the ramps per year, and that should get us to the numbers by 2032 easily. So, and what we're doing demonstrates our capacity and momentum, these dedicated funds. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. We have a couple of before and after slides. I think when we talk about ramp compliance, I think a lot of folks are like, what do you mean? What's wrong with our ramps? Why are we spending so much money? And what does a compliant ramp look like? So this is a before and after, and this is a pretty snazzy version of a before and after, right? I mean, like in the before case, there's you can see there's very little in the way of ramp and very little connection between the original ramps and the crosswalks. And so that the compliant ramps that are on the right obviously meet all of the compliance criteria. But a compliant ramp is a ramp that has a slope that can be navigated by a self-propelled wheelchair, has a flat landing pad at the top of the ramp that allows someone in a wheelchair to turn around safely. A compliant ramp doesn't have any lips or uneven edges between the ramp and the pad and the adjacent sidewalk. A compliant ramp also has safe clearance space outside of the wheel path of traffic to navigate onto the ramp in the first place. And a compliant ramp also has access to pedestrian push button from a wheelchair. So part of the work we're doing is ensuring that we have compliant push buttons as well. And then a compliant ramp also has textured surfaces to communicate the ramp location to visually impaired people. So you can see that sort of the yellow textured material at the base of the ramp. So replacing existing ramps with compliant ramps is about more than just ADA compliance. It's really about safe access to these ramps for all users, and it's about making it safer for people to cross the street. I think we've gotten a lot of feedback from folks replacing ramps doesn't change the system for pedestrians. It doesn't encourage people to walk more or ride more, use facilities other than driving. But we have 26,000 ramps that we're going to be replacing, and these ramps improve safety and safe crossings all across the state for everyone that needs to use them. And what we find is that people don't walk and don't cross in places where they don't feel safe, or they do that far less. And so when we create safe crossings, we do make people feel more comfortable with using crossings and being in using the system as pedestrians or cyclists or in wheelchairs. Not to mention that there are like a lot of people who don't have access to that are using these systems because they don't have access to motor vehicles. And so there's so much about accessibility that investing in these ramps brings to us. And we are partnering with projects in the regions to like incorporate more ramps into region, like other STIP projects. And so we're able to like really leverage the ADA program and the rest of the STIP to advance compliance all over and add ramps to places where we're also doing sidewalk improvements and other transportation improvements. So next slide is also a before and after. This one is in Bandon, and there's actually a rapid flashing beacon like a block away as well that we worked on. Another example here of a place where there wasn't a ramp that you can see on the original island, but there was a ramp across the street, and so we needed to provide compliance in both locations. One of the things that we work through in ADA delivery is ensuring that through construction, we're also providing access and compliance. We're working through a lot of utility relocations. We're working through a lot of right-of-way, like a lot of right-of-way acquisition in order to deliver these ramp locations. Like construction is sometimes like more complicated than you would expect because the footprint of a compliant ramp is often much bigger than the original footprint. And we have to like work through the construction footprint to get to that new compliant ramp. So there's perhaps more complexity in the design. And one of the things we're seeing is an uptick in right-of-way acquisition in order to like complete all these ramps, but the little slivers of right-of-way acquisition and things are moving along. All right. I guess another thing I would add here is that we're delivering these projects through a bucketed approach in the STIP. So on the consent agenda, there was a STIP amendment with quite a few ADA projects included, and we're going to continue to see those. We're going to continue to bring those forward to you, commissioners, as we are driving the program forward with knowing where all the ramps are, but like determining how we bundle the ramps for delivery as we go and as we look at in a lot of cases, the constructability challenges. And so we will continue to draw out of the bucket of ADA funds to establish individual projects for ramp delivery. So we'll continue to see ADA projects on the consent agenda, and we'll continue to draw out of that bucket as we progress with construction or progress with design and construction. All right, next slide. Curb ramp.
Yeah, by 2027, we'll be substantially complete in regions 3, 4, and 5. We get those early. One, the regions could use the work, and two, there's not as many red lights and signals over there. It's just easier to do the work in that area. We've done quite a few ramps in region 1 and 2 as well, but our efforts over the next 7 or 8 years will primarily concentrate in region 1 and 2. We've had considerable number of of DBE firms that have done stuff with us. I think that we had close to 80, and that's from memory. I shouldn't be, so I don't know. But anyway, we have a number of firms that are good at design bid build, but we've started up a design build program as well. There are firms that have contacted us and said, look, we love design build, and we would love to come in and do ADA ramps for you. And we're hoping that when we bring design build in, I don't expect it to be quicker. I don't expect it to be any cheaper than our normal process, but it will bring in a different set of contractors that's bringing their concrete crews with them. So we'll have more contractors and more crews working, so it should increase our delivery rate. Next slide. In our training program, because you have to have an ADA certification in order to work on an ADA job. Now, not everybody on the project does. There needs to be some person on the contractor's crew that is, and you have to have some engineer that's had the training in order to deliver ADA plans. So we're over 100 construction companies have been trained. a number of cities and counties, ODOT employees. Of the different companies that put in for stuff, 14 of those companies have been awarded prime contracts, and 2 of those contractors were actually DBE in their own right. And so a total of 3788 project contracts were awarded since 2020. And it's been over 350 individual subcontracts distributed across 147 firms. 25% of those firms are DBEs, and the total volume of work is 28% of the total cost. So we are getting, a quarter of our stuff passed along to DBE firms that needs that. Some of the design build examples that we have is we're going to do over 300 settlement ramps and 200 other ramps in Coos Bay, North Bend on 101. And that's construction going to start at 25. And that's not me. So anyway, in Region 2, we have a design build that's going to be 2,000 ramps and an accompanying 500 ramps that's going to be done at the same time. And so there's a number of communities up and down Region 2, going from Astoria down to Eugene, that we're going to be doing ramps in using this method. Next slide, please.
So our communication strategy really showcases how the centralized delivery program is partnering with the regions. We're doing a lot of, we're relying on region expertise and region relationships to communicate with the communities where we're delivering ramps, which has been going well. We've also we've been doing a lot of communication to get word out about our the release of our annual report, trying to highlight our accomplishments and milestones, getting that word out as an agency and also out in regions. We're also working with, working with Jacobs and really going to be relying on Jacobs to help us track all the communication that we're doing statewide. So that we are ensuring that we're providing the right level of communication to communities, both about projects that are coming in their communities as well as projects that are underway. We've definitely had a lot of inquiries that come in from folks that are like, what's going on? I received this letter in the mail, there's construction happening on my block. And sometimes trying to track down what project it is with so many ramps being under construction across the state, it definitely can feel hard to keep track of. And so it's something that we're going to be working with Jacobs on, and I think really raising the bar on what's available online for communities and how we're messaging upcoming projects and projects all the way through construction. I think, Ron, yeah.
Next slide, please. The Lombard project is about 14 miles long, the corridor, but we're not doing all the ramps at once. There's many ramps. There's 680 ramps in that stretch, but we put the first package out, and I think it only had 400, doing a partial part of them. We received 6 bidders, and the apparent low bid actually came in under the engineer's estimate. So if we get the number of bidders up, our prices are pretty good. If we get out in Region 5 and we get 1 bidder, we just have to pay what we have to pay.
Yeah, we definitely are finding that in the more urban communities, there are more contractors with ramp constructing experience, and so there are more bidders, and the bids tend to be more competitive. So, which is okay, since the vast majority we have left to do are in regions 1 and 2. So, we will see that coming, but.
Yeah, the cost per ramp is less important than it is in our surrounding rural areas. Contractors have to come and stay in a trailer or a hotel for the entire time for the job, and they live closer.
Yeah, so that's a good transition to our last slide. We are doing a lot of work to build our relationship with our contractors and ensure that we have enough, we have the contractor capacity to deliver this program. I think that's one of our biggest risks, is ensuring that we have contractor capacity to deliver at a pretty aggressive aggressive rate. So we are doing a lot of outreach. Last month, we presented at the AGC ODOT Partnering Conference about the program projects that are coming, especially design build. We have an open house coming in April to the CBE community, subcontractor community, and prime contractor community to talk more about upcoming work and also to get feedback about best way to reach out and tell folks about upcoming opportunities. Our intention is to connect and develop relationships with the contracting community, and hear from them how to grow the partnerships, and also feedback on our contracting methods and construction practices. We've done a lot of that. I think one of the things that's been really successful about ADA is that we've done a lot of reflecting on how things are going and making adjustments along the way. I think that was a little bit of a benefit of it being a pretty small program to start out, and also a benefit of it being a centralized program. So we're certainly I think we've learned a lot over the last couple of years, especially over the last year, and we are we are running now. So we've been able to shift from walking to running, and it's a beautiful thing. Tony has brought together a phenomenal group of folks to lead the program, and I think he brags that ADA is the employer of choice in ODOT, because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on, and I think folks get to be creative and really focus on problem solving on these in a lot of different communities, which is always trying to work on statewide programs.
And we took up a little more of your time than was allotted on the schedule. Appreciate your patience and interest in it. If there's any questions for us, we'd be glad to answer.
We do have questions, I think.
I do.
Does anybody have questions? Because I do, if you don't. Okay, I'm going to take a shot at it.
There, please.
Got a couple questions for you. What's the life cycle on the ramp? So here we talk about, we're putting this infrastructure in place. How long is it expected to last? And then what are we doing? Because this has been a heavy lift for ODOT. How do we assure that we continue that level of replacement in the future?
Right. The 26,000 ramps that we're replacing now were built by ODOT over the last 50 years. So it's not like ODOT's been ignoring the need for ramps. But we used to take oxen to get out to work, and now we fly in planes and do cars. We measure them in a much more stringent method. And the ramps that we're finding, the communities are telling us that, why are you taking this ramp out? It looks fine to us. But when you come in and you measure it and it can't be more than 2%. So if it's 2.01, that's over. And so they call the ramps non-compliant. We have a whole lot of ramps that are passable now, but to meet the strict rules and laws, we're having to replace them. Now, once we get compliant ramps in place that are in the right configuration, there's Roman concrete that are 2,000 years old still there. If trucks are cutting the corner and dragging their wheels over the ramp, you'll get some cracks. But the ramps aren't going to just degrade. There may be some like yellow truncated domes. They may wear out. It may be 20 years from now we have to come in and take those out and put new ones in. But we're not going to have a cost like this again. And if some location has expansive clay or has a truck running over and destroying it, and the maintenance guys will tell us that. It will be a much, much smaller annual amount as long as we put in compliant ramps and we have new projects.
That's great. And then my second question was, how many, and you kind of touched on this, but how many of these ramps that we're facing on replacement or putting in are new to the system, or is it just replacement of existing?
There are places where, Madam Chair, there are places where the ramps are missing, where they didn't install them the first time. And it's not just ODOT ramps. Our agreement, we have to fix ramps on our ODOT highway and on the adjacent right-of-way to provide that pathway to go along the highway. So some of the ramps we're fixing belong to cities, belong to counties. There are a number of ramps that, for instance, in Portland, they designed some signals, and they designed it where it only had 3 other sets of push buttons and 3 crosswalks. The fourth one, maybe there's a double left or a median going through there or something. And we don't want people crossing there. It's not safe. So it's designed to not have anyone cross on that leg. Well, those have been closed. That crossing's been closed to us for years, but there was no official closure order. And one of the things we noticed is you have to have a closure order so that we get credit for having these ramps closed. So about 15% of our ramps that we're getting credit for, pull a number out of the air, is ones where we're not having to build. But most of them, I say about 85% of the ones we're getting credit for, is where we come in and we either replace a ramp or we build a new one where it's just a curb there and it needed a ramp.
And in some cases, there are places where there's a single ramp, and to be compliant, we need 2 ramps. And so there are some corners where there's a ramp in one direction. When we build compliance, we build 2. But there aren't locations where, but the 26,000 that we're talking about don't include brand new locations where there wasn't sidewalk and there weren't ramps, and now we're adding sidewalks and ramps.
Other questions from commissioners? I just think that this just shows the cost to the state, and that a lot of people don't understand this. Until you're in a mobility device, you probably won't understand it. As I approach that age, I'm starting to understand it a little bit better. So thank you for giving us an update.
Thank you for
Chairman,
your
thank
time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I appreciate your time.
Right. And next, I think Lindsay's back to see us. We're on item M.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Lindsay Baker, I'm Assistant Director for Government and External Relations here at the Department of Transportation. So this is the second of 2 touch points and conversations about our 2025 legislative agenda. I have a slide deck ready. However, it is exactly the same as the slide deck you saw in January because the concepts have remained wholly unchanged. To be completely honest, in light of the fact that we were just in a 5-week legislative session, not a lot of additional work has been done on the kind of policy concepts. And as a reminder, excuse me, as a reminder, we are not advancing sort of the big 2025 funding package through the agency process. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll just orient us a bit on the kind of timeline and sequencing of where we are. Let's go to the next slide, please. And remind that I was before you in January 22nd to kind of go through that initial list of 9 measures, 2 of which were placeholder measures. We had a good conversation. I appreciate a lot of the direction and I think affirmation that we were going in the right direction in terms of the policy conversations and solutions we were bringing forward. We got the sort of green light from the governor's office to continue to move those concepts forward, and then really wanting to nest in the legislative concept development process and our policy option package or agency request budget build process into a kind of seamless process. So here I am before you today to go over this list once again and ask for your formal approval. If you grant that, then we would advance our formal list of LCs to the governor's office by the end of April. And then over that kind of summer time period, we will continue to work internally, certainly work with our external partners, work with our colleagues at DAS, Office of Legislative Counsel, and then of course the governor's office to continue to refine those, to continue to draft specific statutory language and statutory provisions. And then the ultimate decision, of course, rests with the governor's office in terms of what gets advanced and filed, ultimately to become a bill in the 25 session. So I will tick very quickly through these concepts, or Chair, I'm happy to also move to the very end and ask for approval with recognition that none of these concepts have fundamentally changed. So do you have a preference?
I personally would prefer we just went through them really quickly.
Excellent.
Just so to refresh.
To refresh, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So next slide, please. So as a reminder, we've got one bill that we are proposing around safety. We had a lot of conversation over the past, I think, several years, recognizing there's been an uptick in safety incidents leading to serious injury and fatality across our system and across the system of our local partners as well. So looking at some ideas around how we can expand that move over law to really make space for slow-moving construction and highway maintenance vehicles, looking at how we might expand or otherwise bring in some more precision on automated enforcement statutes, whether that means ODOT as an enforcement agency or just giving ODOT some additional tools, and again, to automate what that might look like. We've had limited success in some places, kind of piloting different things and looking at how local governments have used these on their own facilities and looking to see if there might be opportunities for ODOT to really continue that work forward. So this is that concept. Next slide. This was really looking at how we can make it easier, I think, to improve safety and provide other kind of ancillary, I would qualify, safety benefits to our own facilities using our existing right-of-way. So particularly looking at making it a little bit more streamlined on the regulatory process, perhaps, to include bike or ped or multi-use path facilities, easier to cite rest areas, again, looking at what is within our own property, our own right-of-way, making it a little bit easier to move through those processes. Next slide. We were looking at some ideas, again, still in this kind of safety theme about how we can improve driver education and maybe more importantly, access, equitable access to driver education for teens and new drivers. We know that when we increase the amount of drivers' education, we have lower crash rates, fewer traffic convictions. And we would really want to make sure that we're expanding that access as much as possible to all teens and new drivers, but again, particularly teens across the state. This likely would come with a modest fee increase, which again is why I kind of highlight making sure that our legislative concept process and our policy option packages are kind of a nested processes together. Next slide. We were looking at some technical changes, again, for safety improvements for heavy motor carriers in particular. I think when I was before you in January, I think Commissioner Smith had a question about kind of what was this really looking at. And I wanted to kind of confirm here that we are looking at ways to increase the safety compliance for that kind of middle class of vehicles, not in a regulatory or a taxation space, but more looking at ensuring safety compliance and I think some standardization and some consistency around that middle class of vehicles. Next slide. Every session we bring forward an omnibus technical change bill. I believe this has about 35 provisions in it currently, ranging from all of the things that you might think of around teen driver safety, around big business regulation, licensed entities, wanting to kind of reconnect to changes that may have happened at the federal level, either statutory or regulatory. So there's a lot of housekeeping provisions in it, some of which are related and some of which are very unrelated, but as our one omnibus technical change bill to support the day-to-day workings of DMV in the regulatory capacity. Next slide. This is a concept that's really a placeholder. I think it continues to make progress, but looking at whether and what ways might exist to really reduce the, I think, administrative burden both on the agency on an implementation standpoint and on the regulated industry, also from an implementation standpoint of our weight mile tax. As you all know, and as we had a lot of conversations this session with the legislature around weight mile tax as a sort of structure, it is a user pays, a road user fee system, and so I think in many ways we certainly want to continue that structure going forward, but also looking at ways in which we can make it a little easier, a little simpler, but not lose some of the precision we have right now in making sure that all vehicles and all drivers are paying their fair share into the road. So this still does not have a lot of detail around it, but we continue to work closely with our partners, the Trucking Association, and certainly our Commerce and Compliance Division staff in ways that we might identify provisions and changes that are really mutually beneficial. Next slide. The Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, this is also a placeholder concept right now. I will note, in light of the recent direction, the change in tolling direction that came forward from Governor Kotek on Monday, this concept may have a fair amount of changes. I think we're still figuring out what that might look like, but originally this was really intending to update Oregon's statute to reflect that by-state joint administration of the program with the state of Washington. There were a fair amount of tolling-related sort of implementation back office provisions included in early iterations, and I think as that continues, and especially as that change and that decision to have the toll administration be the state of Washington, this likely will have a fair amount of changes as well. So I think of particular note, I will make a point to bring this back to the commission for consideration at points along the way as those details and those provisions continue to be refined over time. Next slide. And then I think this is our last one, which is a measure and again, a placeholder concept around electric vehicle infrastructure. As we all know, and as the commission has really doubled down your investment on expanding the access to EV infrastructure across the state, wanting to ensure that the agency has clear and really expressed statutory authority to actually implement these programs and continue to build this infrastructure and really creative contracting as well. Next slide. So with that, again, I will express approval from the commission today to advance these legislative concepts to DAS and the governor's office for further consideration. If that approval is given, then we will submit these concepts to DAS and the governor's office at the end of April, and then have those ongoing conversations over the summer and into the early fall. Just happy to answer any questions.
Questions from any of the commissioners? Okay, well then I guess I'll look for a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would move the direction to staff to move the concepts presented to the government.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll go for a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Happy quorum.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
And thank you for doing that overview again. It helps us
Absolutely.
fresh. Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Welcome. So good to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, by our members of the commission. For the record, my name is Brendan Finn. I'm Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. We're here today for our standing Urban Mobility Office update, but today we're really going to focus on the Rose Quarter project. I'm joined by Project Director Megan Channel and Mr. J.T. Flowers, who is a partner with this project with the Albina Vision Trust. Mr. Flowers is also a member of the Historic Albina Advisory Board, which is our main advisory body for the project. They will continue to inform and help guide us as we move this work forward. Megan is also going to share some big news, so I am not going to steal her thunder. Although many local, state, and national news media outlets already have, but I'll save her to share some of the details of the good news that we had this week. Then Megan and Mr. Flowers will go over, for this commission's consideration, a resolution regarding plan and partnership. Next slide, please. Commissioners, over the past 3 years, this urban mobility strategy map has been through some changes and some iterations. It's been adapted. So don't get mesmerized by this one, as it may change as we continue to move forward. Obviously, that's been due to the direction that we've gotten from this commission, some legislative actions, as well as direction from our governor. It is truly a living document. And it does illustrate our adaptive approach to address congestion, increase mobility in the Portland metropolitan region in that cohesive and comprehensive manner that this commission has endorsed and directed. But as Director Strickler mentioned in his opening statements, and as you've been hearing throughout your agenda items throughout the day, we're making some changes in our strategic action plan. As Assistant Director Baker talked about our legislative approach, the changes in the direction of tolling. And so our map is now reflective of that. It no longer has the Regional Mobility Pricing Project or the I-205 toll project. But as I mentioned today, we're really here to talk about the Rose Quarter Improvement Project and the partnership and the significant news that has come out this week. So with that, I will be quiet and turn it over to Director Chan.
Thank you, Brendan, and good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Megan Channel, Rose Quarter Project Director. And as Brendan mentioned, I have some excellent news to share with you, and we'll also be bringing forward a proposed resolution in partnership with Albina Vision Trust for your consideration as well. So start by sharing our recent wins. Over the past week, the project has achieved 2 major milestones that really bring the delivery of the project closer to reality. The first is a significant federal grant award, and the second is federal approval of the project's environmental review. So I'm going to start with the funding piece. So ODOT has been awarded $450 million from the U.S. Department of Transportation's Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods grant program. This, to my knowledge, and Director, correct me if I'm wrong, is the largest federal grant directed to ODOT. It is also the largest grant award from this highly competitive national grant program. So that's all to say that this level of federal investment from a single source is rare, and we are exceedingly grateful for it. The grant program itself really acknowledges the harm that past transportation infrastructure projects had on communities, and specifically communities of color, and the associated loss of land, generational wealth loss that are still felt today. So we're very thankful and grateful for the Biden administration for recognizing this history and dedicating funding in an effort to make new history with projects like the I-5 Rose Corridor Improvement Project. So receiving this grant is an important step in realizing this vision of reconnecting neighborhoods, improving our transportation network, and taking part in a collective movement towards restoring Lower Albina. So I think that the project is a prime example for how community building and partnership goals are well aligned with transportation infrastructure investment, and see the Rose Corridor project as an opportunity to really be a national model for how it can be a yes and instead of just an either or. So the federal funding specifically will allow us to complete the full project design. It will also provide the first investment towards construction to construct the initial core part of the highway cover, which is the project's primary reconnecting feature. So of course, we'll be working closely with our federal partners, local partners, in preparing our grant agreement, which will kind of lay out the specific details of the scope, next steps, and timeline. But we are very excited about this investment in this critical project. So on behalf of the full project team, I just want to thank you, commissioners, for your incredible leadership throughout this whole process and helping us move this project forward. I'd also like to specifically acknowledge the City of Portland. While not here with us today, they're a strong local partner and really helping us align how this project that has a statewide benefit, aligning it to the city needs. I also want to acknowledge that receiving this funding would not have been possible without our community partners. I want to acknowledge the Historic Albina Advisory Board, as Brendan mentioned. Our advisory board for the project brings diverse perspectives of Portland's Black community to inform how our project moves forward. The HAB specifically advocated and supported ODOT for a large grant ask under this program, and we see this as being key to helping us secure such a large investment. I also want to acknowledge, last but definitely not least, Albina Vision Trust. Also as part of the HAB, specifically thank ABT leadership and the advocacy that has been done in really helping to bring this substantial investment our way. So thank you. There's a long list of other partners and supporters. So just want to acknowledge that there are many, including those that provided specific letters of support in pushing our project forward for that grant. I do want to also note that ODOT's very excited about the City of Portland, who is also successful in receiving grant funding under the Reconnecting Communities program, specifically for transportation and safety improvements on the Broadway-Weidler corridor adjacent to our project area. So it's an additional $38.4 million on top of our $450 million that is going really towards the community. And so it's a great complement of investments in the Albina community. So on the heels of this federal funding, the project also received the federal approval for the environmental phase, which is another major milestone. So on Tuesday, ODOT and our Federal Highway Administration partners, we published the Findings of No Significant Impact, or FONSI, as well as the revised Supplemental Environmental Assessment. This federal action, again, demonstrates strong partnership and the alignment that we have on getting the project right, that really meets that community vision, and affirming that its implementation won't result in significant adverse environmental effects. So this means ultimately that ODOT has federal approval to proceed with the project, and we can continue moving forward with more detailed design. So while these two achievements have occurred in a matter of days, I just want to emphasize that they are emblematic of years, if not decades, of work. And it's been the work of an incredible team to get to this point. And so I'm very appreciative of each of you commissioners for being part of the incredible team to get us here. It wasn't that long ago that we were having different conversations in front of you, and we were not in alignment on the project design, nor did we have the project partnerships to move forward. So I feel like we've worked very hard to incorporate the perspective of our partners, of our community, and believe that we now have the right projects for the region and for the moment. So these combination of two achievements really shift the energy of the project from completing kind of the planning and conceptual design. And so now we move into project delivery. So those are our wins. So thank you again. But on the next slide, I will move into the next element, which is here, presenting a resolution for your consideration.
Before you jump there, I want to stop you. I want to tell you on behalf of not only all of us, but the prior sitting commission, and probably even prior to that, over the years, so many people have worked on this, and you need to pat yourself on the back. You've done excellent work, all of you sitting there, and you've really put your mind to figuring out a solution versus just fighting amongst yourselves as to how to do this, and it's paid off. So you should be proud of yourselves, because congratulations, what you just did is not easy. And to get the administration behind you and get the buy-in is fantastic. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, now we'll jump into the resolution, because I want to hear about all this too.
Yes. So ODOT and Albina Vision Trust, we've been collaborating on a resolution that is before you today in your packet. And so I am joined with JT Flowers, who is Albina Vision Trust's Director of Government Affairs and Communications. So I'm going to actually turn it first to JT to kind of give an overview of Albina Vision Trust, and then we'll jump into the specifics of the resolution.
Thank you so much, Megan. And thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Director Strickler, for having us here today. I think everybody before us today is well aware of the general scope of this project. This is the largest restorative redevelopment effort in America, and it has been recognized as such by our federal partners, which is a large reason behind so much of the momentum that we're seeing on a national level. But there are a few pieces of further context which have also come to play in the past few weeks that really further substantiate the importance and the urgency of this investment in this moment. So I'd like to briefly just update you all on our work and how it's progressing. And then I'll pass it back over to Megan to go through some of the details of the resolution, and we'll be here to answer any questions you may have. So on February 20th, the Albina Vision Trust secured a binding resolution from the Portland Public School Board agreeing to a 12-month timeline for a transaction on that 10.5-acre headquarters building. That headquarters campus is going to eventually be home to over 1,000 units of working class housing, which will be eligible for the North-Northeast preference policy. That means that we will be able to move residents who were displaced out of Lower Albina back into Lower Albina at scale. As you know, the district currently only has an entire 94-acre project area, 66 existing units housing. So what we're really doing is transforming a transit corridor back into a neighborhood. We also, shortly thereafter, were successful in securing an additional $25 million from the state legislature, and we're incredibly grateful to our partners down at the legislature for helping us facilitate the acquisition of that headquarters campus. And then last week, as Megan has just spoken to, we received news that you are no doubt all aware of, right? $38 million to be directed towards improvements to the Broadway corridor to make it more pedestrian friendly, more residentially friendly, understanding that in the very near term here, we are going to have literally thousands of families living in an area that was not built to house, that was originally built to house thousands of families, but that was then decimated and transformed into a vehicular corridor. And then, of course, the biggest joy and the biggest reason for us to all be celebrating today, that $450 million federal investment that our congressional delegation was successful in securing with the help of our partners at ODOT, with the help and leadership of our community to be dedicated to the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project, specifically the Reconnecting Communities element, which is the highway cover. We are not shy about acknowledging a fundamental fact of this work. The momentum and the leadership of the Albina Vision Trust project and the Albina Vision Trust work have consistently proven to be both the backbone and the wings behind this project. As our shared work continues to move forward, we seek to formalize a partnership that will enable our state to actualize the vision that has rightfully captivated leaders across this nation. The restorative redevelopment of a residential neighborhood in Lower Albina, a neighborhood that will house over 3,000 working families in the long term, working families once displaced from the heart of the city that they call home. That cannot happen without fundamentally addressing the chasm, the trench that has been dug through the community. As we all know, that is Interstate 5. This highway cover and the governance agreements that shape what is developed atop it will collectively constitute the gateway to that neighborhood. The resolution put before you today represents a critical step towards making sure that that gateway is built, stewarded, and driven by the community it's meant to serve. And together, we can redefine what government-community partnership looks like and set a new national precedent, one that uses development to heal rather than harm. With that, thank you, and pass things back over to Megan.
Thank you. All right, so pulling the slides back up. Just want to acknowledge the purpose of this resolution that's in front of you today. It really is to establish and implement a work plan that would be done collaboratively with Albina Vision Trust, where we will work together to explore options for the future highway cover governance, as well as future ownership opportunities around the surplus lands that are associated with the project. The work plan would specifically help us determine if Albina Vision Trust can have access to and the rights to those future leases on the highway cover, as well as the ownership and development rights for the surplus lands. And the intent of the work program is to, again, explore those possibilities under both current law and regulation, as well as to determine perhaps what laws or regulations would need to change to make those opportunities possible. So I also, in addition to this, want to acknowledge that with the Historic Albina Advisory Board being our primary advisory body for the project, that this work and the HAB will continue to inform this effort as we move forward. So getting into a few more details, really to acknowledge what this resolution is, and in some cases what this resolution isn't. So this resolution is, it would direct ODOT, should you choose to approve it, to embark on the research to help answer the questions around the future land governance and ownership. The resolution states again that the intention is to work together with Albina Vision Trust, exploring those options, first in creating a work plan in the near term, or scope of work, and then secondly to implement said work plan over the long term. All this work would be done within the bounds of applicable laws and regulatory processes, and will identify the concrete steps that may be needed to take, that would be needed to, that would be needed to change any of the regulations should that be needed. What this resolution is not, this resolution does not convey the rights or ownership to any entity. It also is not a legally binding disposition of property rights, and any future action related to that would need to be done in separate agreements. So the resolution, in addition to kind of the resolution text itself, also includes a number of value statements up front that really set the context for this effort, including information on the historic context of I-5's original construction through Lower Albina, the Albina Vision Trust's purpose and success and momentum that JT just mentioned, the project purpose, and then the intention of the highway cover really being developed through a restorative lens. So with this, I guess with OTC approval of this resolution, ODOT would establish and implement a work plan collaboratively with Albina Vision Trust, again, to explore those options around governance and ownership. Without the approval, we would not proceed in said work plan or implementation thereof. And so I also want to note that should the commission choose to approve this, we did note an ambitious timeline to get a mutually agreed upon work plan set within 60 days. I just want to acknowledge that while ambitious, we do believe that that we can develop this. JT and I have been coordinated on that. We can develop a meaningful and high-level work plan to set what the work will be going forward. So with that, I will pause, and on the next slide, pose the question of, does the Oregon Transportation Commission approve the resolution which directs ODOT to establish and implement a work plan collaboratively with Albina Vision Trust to explore governance and ownership options? I'm happy to answer questions along the way.
So questions from the commission? Any questions?
I have a comment, Matt.
Yes, you may.
This project is really impressive. And Mr. Flowers, I was trying to think of a way to describe Albina Vision Trust, and your words about the AVT being the backbone and the wings of this project, I think are perfect. The backbone, it took years. It took determination. It took frustration. It took advocacy. It took patience, and it's really remarkable work. And congratulations. And as I think about who would be someone to explore how we put this together, I can't think of an organization that it would better serve the community and the citizens of Oregon to do it. So I, for one, feel that now is the time for this agreement, and hopefully it's one of those things that will help propel the project. And I'm also excited that the pace is one that is brisk, because we've got some wind in our sails right now. We've got some momentum, and so I really appreciate not only the collaboration, but the commitment to make the pace what it needs to be to keep the project going.
Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to congratulate AVT on all of their recent success stories, in addition to the Connecting Communities grant for the Rose Quarter project. It is so encouraging to see these major projects being supported in tandem, including the Portland Public Schools headquarter property, the Williams and Russell project, the investments in the Broadway corridor, all of these key pieces for the broader Albina vision that Commissioner Baker and I got to see firsthand on our tour with JT and Winta recently. And I agree, there's no other organization that is better suited to lead this work, AVT, based on your presence, the history, the significant investment that has already been made to move these projects forward. So I will be honored to be part of this collaborative partnership between AVT and the HAB and ODOT to work together to continue to leverage federal funds. $450 million is a huge, I'm very grateful for that, but we're not there yet. So we still got to keep working together to continue to leverage the available funds that are out there and see this actually come to fruition. And I also want to give kudos to Megan and the Urban Mobility Office for all of the hard work with our community partners, with our congressional delegation, and of course, with all of our lawyers to get to this point.
Any other comments from commissioners? All right, I will entertain a motion on this resolution.
Madam Chair, I motion to approve the resolution for an ODOT and Albina Vision Trust partnership related to the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project.
Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Great. So we have a motion on the table. Any other discussion? Right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 We don't have any opposed, so congratulations. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
you.
And Vice President, thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our update.
All right, it was a great update. We need some good news this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're scheduled for a break, but if the rest of the commission is
Roll
okay,
on.
we're gonna roll on so that the ones that are down here can take off and head north, I guess. You're not gonna go south, so. So our next item is item O, project delivery update and challenges. So, Mr. Lynn? Bringing us good news too?
Not 450 million.
Okay. We'll forgive you for that.
Chair Brown, members of the commission, again, for the record, Mac Lynn, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator, joined by
Total Health Deputy Division Administrator.
Both of you.
So, round two again. So we want to bring you a different conversation today, maybe than what you've had on the agenda earlier. So certainly as I think about this topic and what we heard yesterday, maybe on the tour, especially when we were at that Foothill Road project, talking about partnership, talking about what it takes to deliver a big project, all of those things. Certainly we heard challenges from the city and the ODOT team around funding, right? Certainly the impact of inflation. Also moving utilities, right? All of the things that it takes to deliver projects. And what Ms. Peltz and I are here today to do is to share a little bit about some of the work we've been doing to assess what is our state of affairs when it comes to the delivery of our portfolio of projects. So we've been working with their mobility office and Mr. Finn and Ms. Mosier as well, not only about how are we delivering additional STIP projects within the delivery and operations division, how are we supporting our mobility projects, and in our future, how are we supporting the Interstate Bridge project with all of our technical resources. And Director Strickler's remarks earlier this morning spoke to a review. Certainly this will be part of that ongoing review of those external forces coming to help us test how are we doing and help us get better as we move forward. So that's a bit of why we're here today. We want to share kind of our assessment, things we are doing already and have put in motion to make some changes. And it's a little bit of we're a little late in acknowledging, I think, some of the work we needed to do. So that's an apology and also a commitment to us taking action because we know it's in front of us. We know it's in front of us not only for the work that we already have on our plate, but also as we go into a funding package conversation. Certainly it takes that delivery mechanism and muscle, and we know we've got some work to do as we look at that portfolio. So next slide, please. Certainly the delivery of the agency, the delivery of projects, it represents a significant portion of our portfolio of work. Certainly we see that when we're out in community, but also when we look at our budget as an example. So over the last 4 months, we spent a considerable amount of time diving into the data, understanding where our vulnerabilities are and identifying some actions that we're going to take. And certainly we have challenges on any given project, some of those known, some of those unknown. But when we look at the portfolio of projects that we deliver, seeing some themes that we want to get on top of and make some corrective actions. Next slide, please. So our plan today is to walk through a few slides. We'll do it fairly quickly, but I think there will certainly be some engagement opportunities for the commission. I'll kick us off and then I'll certainly turn to Ms. Peltz and then I'll close this out. So we're going to hit a little bit on where have we been since House Bill 2017, the last significant funding for projects, if you will. What have we done already in our efforts to deliver those projects? How is our performance when we look at the portfolio of projects for being on time and on budget? Frankly, our own assessment of where are we missing that mark? And then most importantly, what are we doing to make those improvements both now and what we see coming in the near future? And then finally want to close with what we see kind of in our immediate future, certainly tying into Director Strickler's remarks earlier about that external review. Next slide, please. So a bit of context. So certainly we know what the market has thrown at us has been a pretty extreme challenge over the last few years. But what we are finding is that we've got some projects that just not balanced in terms of the cost and the funding we've allocated to those. We know that we've got some challenges across the entire portfolio in terms of the level of effort we're putting into design, how we're managing that risk throughout the project life cycle, some of our project management practices and protocols, and then how are we managing risk full life cycle from the moment we identify the project in the STIP until project completion and the termination of construction. Certainly, Tova and I recognize we've got some challenges in this arena, but we've also heard from you all some of your concerns over the last few months as well, and we've been listening. That's a big part of how we want to make the pivot in terms of how are we bringing you information in a different way so that we can be more transparent around the fiscal health and our delivery performance of the entire portfolio, not just a one-by-one project report, if you will. So a big part of, I think, this dialogue today is to get your feedback on that, but this will be an ongoing conversation over the next few months, and I know we're planning to bring more of this back in May, and I think it ties directly into that external review that was mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So a little bit of where have we been since 2017. I think that was a foundational moment in the last 20 plus years of the agency, certainly a significant infusion of funding coming through House Bill 2017, but also a recognition of some changes that need to be made. So I think it's worth reflecting on where we've been in the past. So in 2018, we launched a reorganization prior to me being in this role and stood up our statewide project delivery branch. So a focus on our project delivery management discipline. In 2019, set a series of events in motion to create some new resources and tools that frankly the agency was not utilizing or prepared to implement. So I want to highlight a few of those here in a second. And at that time, we also did a STIP rebalance. And unfortunately, we're probably headed into a similar conversation as we think about our cash flow situation, as we think about the I-205 funding strategy. How does that play into this conversation in terms of potential impacts to the STIP? I think it's not lost on me that we're constantly in a mode of developing projects, delivering projects, planning for the next STIP cycle. At any given time, we're talking about 3-4-year STIP cycles at a time. So how are we making adjustments real time to affect future work in front of us? So that's an important point, I think, to just recognize where we've been since 2017. So with that, I'll turn to Ms. Peltz to walk through the next few slides.
Thank you. So the outcome of the work plan was putting a number of new tools and resources into place for project delivery across the state. We've added a number of tools that they have opened up robust conversations about how we construct our projects, how we engage disciplines, engagement engagement resources across business lines. We've been able to track our projects and project data much more closely and intensely than ever before. So the amount of data we have on our projects since 2019 is tremendous, which has been a big part of what we've been able to dig into in these last months. And we've been able to look at project delivery stats more intently, but really focused on the stats during design, and especially delivery timelines during design, and our performance from construction contract award through construction completion. The good thing about all of these tools that have been put in place is we are able to look at all the data and do a lot of reflection on how we're doing, and that will help inform our path. That helps inform our path forward. We're seeing, when we look at projects from the standpoint of contract award to construction completion, we're delivering projects on time and within 10% of the original budget in 90% of the cases. But that's probably not the way we want to look at project delivery. We want to zoom out and look at project delivery from when the STIP is adopted to when construction is completed, and how we're refocusing. So next slide. One of the tools that was developed through the work plan is this project lifecycle racetrack. And you probably may have seen the racetrack before. One of the things that's great about the racetrack is it actually provides numbers on how many projects are in different parts of the project lifecycle at any point in any month during month and time. And so the lifecycle and the racetrack give us again a lot of transparency, accountability. But the lifecycle also shows the path the project takes. I refer to the racetrack as the project delivery version of how a bill becomes a law. And I think it's helpful from a transparency standpoint and accountability standpoint to see all the steps that a project goes through from conception in pre-STIP adoption through construction completion. And I think good things to know is the rate for a project to move through the whole racetrack can take many years. I mean, we have, as Max said, our STIP cycles are 4 years in duration, and we start planning those STIP cycles 3 years in advance. So the time it takes from the beginning of the racetrack all the way through in some cases, can be 7 years, it could be 8 years. Sometimes for a longer duration project or a more complex project, it could take a decade. So the work plan has brought us a number of new tools. As I mentioned, we have constructability reviews, cost risk assessments, value engineering, a value engineering program. These have all added value to our project delivery methods and processes. And we're hearing from our partners, from contractors, from consultants, from local partners as well, how much they appreciate these tools that we've put in place. We've seen that constructability review, one-on-one interviews that we're doing with contractors to be one of the most requested services that our statewide project delivery branch provides to regions and project delivery, because it gives design teams the opportunity to sit down with contractors and get feedback early in design about construction risk and impact about staging and phasing that can be incorporated into design and help us manage uncertainty and manage risk as we progress projects. There's some great tools here. There's some great examples on the screen of projects where we've been able to put these into play. In a lot of cases, these are projects that have been designed with partnership with consultants, so our consultant partners have been able to benefit from these resources and tools as well. I think this is a good place to shift gears to look more at our whole portfolio of projects, so away from process and towards our portfolio. And we're able to look at the portfolio because we have all these tools in place. The project delivery work plan allowed us to collect so much data about our projects that now we can tell, I think, a better story about the state of our portfolio. So, for example, since 2019 to 2023, we completed construction of 325 projects across the state, over $2 billion worth of projects across the state. In fact, 25 of those projects were on the local system. Many of these projects were scoped back in 2015. So some of these, as I said, I mean, sometimes we're delivering projects in construction that were originally cost estimated, for example, seven plus years before construction begins. That's just a good thing to know. I'm going to head to the next slide, which is a little bit more about the scale of our portfolio. And I I really like, I love this slide. Like, I think it's nice to break down the information, like this, like in this way to really see the distribution of our projects across, across the different types of, like, different programs. You can see how much is, like, how many of those projects are bridge replacements and rehabilitations, paving projects, and so on. You can see over half our projects are in the $1 million to $5 million range. So those are relatively, those are small projects, like all things considered, and that represents more than half of our project. And that's not construction costs, that's total project cost. So of those 325 projects, over half were $1 million to $5 million. And equally, like more than half of the projects also fall into the fix-it category. Let's see, that's actually fix-it type projects are actually 62% of the projects that we've delivered over those 4 years in construction. So,
you know what, Tobin, just real quick, I'm just reflecting on sitting here in front of the commission as we deliver this presentation. This is really policy action in the reverse, right? So this is what we've been able to deliver. So I'm thinking about the conversations the commission has had around how to allocate the funds in the STIP. It's interesting, I think, just sitting here looking at this, here's the reality of those decisions in terms of where we're able to invest in terms of the project types. And then more importantly, I think to Tobin's point, the size of projects. And I think that has changed over the last 15 years as we've had to make different decisions in terms of the policy of the funding options available to the commission. So not lost on me as I think about how the portfolio of projects has changed over time.
Yeah, and I think it's been cool to take the data and to, like, I think slice it a lot of different ways to look at like what that distribution of like $1 to $5 million projects looks like, what kinds of projects those are, and to dig into what was originally scoped and estimated for those projects as well. So let's go to the next slide. So this is another way of looking at our portfolio construction performance breakdown. This is our on-budget performance by project size, essentially, over those same 325 projects. And I want to acknowledge that, like, we're calling this like on budget performance, but this is really looking at on budget from construction, from the time we award a contract to the time we complete construction, and that is the key performance measure that the legislature has used for our performance, looking at our performance from construction, from contract award to construction completion. And based on that performance measure, we are meeting targets. But as I said before, like, we want to zoom out and look at a measure from when we adopt the STIP to when we complete construction. And when we look at the STIP in that, like at our performance, our delivery performance in that length of time, our on-budget performance goes from being like in the 85% range to being in the 37% range, or 37% across like all these projects. So like, yes, as we get to 100% design, go figure, we have a better idea of how much it's going to cost. But when we originally scope and adopt the projects, like, what we're finding is our estimates were way off, like more than 20% off, and like more than a third of the cases. And that is a failure on our part to track the financial health of the projects, and frankly to track like risk and like cost risk over the life of the projects. And that's what we're going to dig into more of. So the next two slides look into bridge projects specifically and pavement projects and performance. So bridge project roundup, of those 325 projects we delivered, 75 of them were bridge projects that were constructed. Over $500 million worth of projects. Those projects range from $750,000 to $50 million. Projects on the lower range tend to be our deck repair projects, rail repair projects on bridges. In the $10 million and up range, they tend to be bridge replacement projects. So wide range of projects in the bridge program. Bridge program. And we look at on-budget performance here, when I talk about on-budget, this slide is actually showing on-budget based on the original adopted estimate for the project at STIP adoption through construction completion. And at the very top of that slide, that's our performance based on that initial adopted budget. And then our performance at bid, and then our performance from contract award to second note. it makes sense. We get better at, we get better as we progress through, through project design. But the reality is that we have underestimated the cost of these projects at STIP adoption, and that needs to be improved. We can go to the next slide is about paving program, Director.
I was just going to have you define second note for the.
Oh, I apologize. Construction completion, essentially. Sorry, things get wonky around here sometimes. We can go to the next slide. Oh, here we are. Okay, paving. So 63 paving projects. Again, that's about a fifth of the total portfolio. $580 million. These are $1 million to $45 million projects. Like really defined by how long the paving, how long a paving project we're looking at. Similar problem. Once again, that what we're estimating for STIP adoption is way off from what it's actually costing us to deliver construction. Similar.
Yes, go ahead, Betsy.
Is the major cause for the deviations from when you first estimate the project, the length of time to when you get the contract and the difference, the fluctuations in prices of materials and labor?
That is absolutely a contributing factor, and we're going to get into some of the observations we've made about things that are contributing to that gap and accordingly.
And also, isn't it true when these are scoped out, they're not necessarily always scoped out by you and put in the STIP. They're also scoped out by jurisdictions that are putting in for the project when it's being programmed in, and so there's another problem there.
Yeah, I think Chair and Commissioner Byer, I think 2 points I'd probably want to make. So Chair, your point on the last statement is spot on, right? And I think we heard an example of that yesterday. Certainly when we have local partner projects, earmarks are a good example. We don't call them earmarks at the federal level anymore, congressional spending.
CIP.
Yeah, something. Same sort of challenge we have, right? We don't control all of those things. But I think what Ms. Peltz is getting at is we do control bridge and pavements. And I think to Commissioner Byer's point, certainly the cost and the amount of time has certainly impacted us over the last 4 or 5 years. Our next slide is going to specifically address that. But I want to be really candid and own the fact that we are way over optimistic when we build a STIP. In terms of, I think the culture of the agency has been to identify as many projects as we can and be over optimistic around how that cost is going to play out as we deliver that project. I think that's certainly some of the conversations we've been leading around what are we conveying to the public with that over optimism when we then have to come back in front of you or Director or myself, approve increases to projects that really aren't that visible in terms of how we're able to deliver the entire portfolio. So I want to own that moment that certainly there's an impact of what the market is doing and the amount of time, but also are we being a little too over optimistic around how that's going to play out?
Don't you also, with a lot of, I'm thinking of the geotech kinds of things, your engineering, you're just sort of using industry standards. We're going to do this many miles of paving, and this is what we think it'll cost. That's probably you're probably closer on that than something like bridge work or reconstructing a road where there's a lot of, you just don't have knowns yet. You haven't engineered it.
Absolutely. I think a big part of the conversation is like recognizing that there are a lot of unknowns when we're at very early, pre-design and we're scoping projects, but we need to do a better job of documenting all of those unknowns and quantifying, putting some quantification to that and capturing those uncertainties and those risks and then tracking them through the life of the project and being more, I think, transparent about as they come up over the course of design, the decisions we're making on how to mitigate them. In some cases, we are probably going to add funds. In other cases, we may need to change the scope of the project to live within our means. And I think we just need to have more open conversations about documenting it up front and then having those conversations along the way.
Be more explicit about your assumptions in the projects?
Yes.
I think the other thing, Chair and Commissioner Byer, that we've certainly talked about is what elevation within the agency are we making that risk-based decision? So there's a series of decisions made on every project. Certainly, we want to delegate that decision-making down to the lowest level possible. But there are times where we need to elevate that decision-making up because it's that risky. And I think that's what's coming out of this when we look at not just an individual project, but how are we looking at the portfolio of projects we're trying to deliver over the course of a 3 to 4 year time span. We'll speak to that a little bit later in terms of the things we're doing, but I think it's a good part of this conversation that we're leaning into.
Yeah, so next slide is getting to the national trends and the construction cost index. So this is the construction cost index that Federal Highway manages and provides, and this is a slice from 2016, late 2016 to the end of 2023, and reflects what market conditions are in the construction industry and transportation construction industry. And so what we've done is we've just added a couple of touch points like over the last 6 years to indicate, for example, when we did our initial cost estimating for the 21-24 STIP in late 2018 and early 2019 versus when we started the state of construction costs, and that's labor and materials in 2020 when we started doing design of those projects to 2022, 2023, when we started bidding those projects for construction. We know that we've been seeing historic inflation, and that's what this reflects. And so when it takes 7 years from the time we scope a project to the time we construct a project, one of the uncertainties we need to account for is what are the market conditions. And that's, I think many people will say it's historic. This is historic, unprecedented inflation. These are the words we hear, and that is certainly true. But we've changed how we do our estimating to account for market conditions, and we're obviously having many conversations about how we index how we index our estimates and our gas tax in the future. And this is a related conversation. I think we can go to the next slide. So going back to that last conversation about causes for cost increases from STIP adoption to project construction. When we're programming projects and adopting the STIP, there's very little design has been completed and conditions are relatively unknown. And so we're moving forward adopting funding amounts while we're still carrying a lot of risk and uncertainty. And those risks and that uncertainty play out over the course of design. So right now, our delivery practices reflect all of those things playing out and changes being made over the course of projects where we're making STIP amendments and adding funds and adjusting scope as the design progresses. And frankly, not all of those changes are bad. Sometimes we're taking advantage of opportunities. We're adding scope and funding because of a local partnership that's come up since the STIP was adopted, or because we're choosing to bundle projects to benefit a community. So a community is seeing construction only once rather than 3 times in one relatively small area. We're also encountering unanticipated conditions that aren't identified until we begin our field investigations. We're experiencing regulatory changes. That could be environmental. Those could be environmental regulatory changes. They could be changes in design standards that are coming. All of these are things that can happen, and we don't necessarily know when they're going to happen or how they're going to play out. I think that what we are seeing is that the contingencies that we budget into our cost estimates at STIP adoption aren't sufficient to address all of these items. And we need to change our practices, our cost estimating and programming practices to capture all of this. All of these things are going to happen, but we know they're going to happen, so we want to do a better job of accounting for them at the beginning rather than along the way in small steps.
So I think when I think about this, we're not the only state that deals with this, right? All 50 states are delivering projects. They have to operate under the same construct of a STIP in terms of meeting the federal requirements, but every state has a different culture and approach to how they build a STIP. Some states do a 6-year STIP. It might save you guys from having to have that conversation so frequently. Not that long ago, we used to do this every 2 years. We would have the policy conversation around a STIP cycle. So I say that, though, because I think every state sort of wrestles with this in different ways. And as we've been kind of diving into this and thinking about our delivery performance, our transparency, and our expectations of that portfolio, we've got some challenge points. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Separated these into kind of two pieces, internal and external. So on the internal side, a bit to the data, we've got something going on with our bridge program in terms of how we're estimating those costs when we build this STIP. What are the assumptions that we're using? How are we managing risk based on what we know in the field by doing field observations or not, frankly, right? It's hard to completely know what you're going to get into when you start repairing a bridge until you start repairing a bridge. So how are we best understanding what's going on in our bridge program? So we certainly identified that as a challenge. We also know multi-season jobs, so multi-year construction projects. We certainly have reflected on some challenges that we're seeing in the portfolio. To Ms. Peltz's example, we've got a lot of $1 to $5 million projects. Those are done in one season. We've got far less projects that are multi-year construction projects, but we're seeing some challenges in that space. And frankly, we haven't had as many of those opportunities to train our staff with that level of experience. So recognizing that as a challenge. Also, how are we managing the risk? How are we, to my point, where are we elevating that decision-making to how are we carrying risk from the design of the project clear through construction? And what is our mechanism to quantify that risk and hold funding back to cover it should that risk occur? Accountability, and that's a big piece for me, and I think for Ms. Peltz as well, is how are we aligning that effort internally with our management team? So both on the region manager side and all that they represent, as well as our headquarters functions that manage these funding programs. So we certainly are seeing some challenges there, and we're addressing those. But that's a big piece in terms of our transparency and our commitment to make some changes. And then finally, just how are we managing the funds? Both from the frequency of changes on projects to our conversation today, to how are we changing the way we build out a STIP? And then how are we managing that through the life cycle of a given project, but also portfolio? So how are we taking a step back on a reoccurring basis and saying, how is the health of our portfolio? And is it playing out the way we anticipated? That to me is a big part of how I think we're going to be engaging with the commission over time with more transparency of a look inside of our portfolio to say, how are we doing? Much like I think the operational report that Mr. Brower and I were in front of you with the financial sheet of how are we doing spending our agency budget. Next slide, please. And then certainly the external challenges, some of those certainly are beyond our control, but I think it's worth recognizing just what we're experiencing in the industry, especially over the last 4 or 5 years. Certainly we've talked a lot about market conditions. I don't want to hide the fact that there's a lot of transitions going on in the workplace, not only at ODOT, but just in the industry. When we think about remote work, some of our biggest projects we put out to the door in the last few years were done in a time of pretty extreme stress when we think about everybody working from home, disrupting the normal business flow. So that's certainly had a challenge on us over the last few years. Staff turnover. I think certainly the age of our workforce is retiring, not only maintenance, but also in project delivery. And it's not just ODOT, it's our construction industry and our consultant partners that we rely on heavily. That's just a factor that's impacting the industry. And then finally, you heard it when Ms. Peltz and Mr. Snyder were up here talking about the ADA program, just less bidders, right? So we're seeing that on average 1.5 less bidders per project than what we have typically seen in the past. And I think when we think about the boom and bust cycle of transportation funding, we're sort of in that trough or that downward trend as we look at House Bill 2017 and the durability of the funding it's been bringing in. So we certainly hear from our contractors, their workforce challenges, what's going on in the economy in terms of private sector work, but also just competition, which certainly impacts costs. Next slide, please. So pivoting in our conversation today, so what are we doing? It's a big focus over the last few months as we've been diving into this on the internal side. What steps are we taking? So we immediately put a pause on any project changes, and that's been felt in an uncomfortable way because we wanted to stop some of the challenges that we were seeing in the agency. So we put that pause on. We've also done some project-specific reviews of some multi-season projects. We'll be able to talk about a couple of those in May when we're coming back before you. Setting some new expectations, doing all the things you would expect us to be doing and frankly should have expected that we were doing. So I want to apologize that we've let it get to this point, but we're taking action now. A big part of our portfolio review is with the regions and our program managers. How are we talking not about a project, but talking about the suite of projects they're delivering so we can understand the risks that they're all carrying. And then finally, how are we aligning our efforts not only with the STIP that we're just a few months into delivering, how do we align that with our current cash flow, the 205 conversation that you spoke to earlier? And then probably the thing, Tobin, I spend a lot of time thinking about is we're about ready to start scoping the next STIP cycle this year. So how do we not do it the same way that we've done it traditionally? Because we know what results we get from that. And then finally, on the internal side, I think there's a recognition we need to take a different approach in terms of how we're managing risks through our contracting method. So we are a traditional low bid build agency. And we think about those things like design build, CMGC as alternative methods of delivery. That's certainly a part of our conversation. How do we flip that? Not from an alternative, but let's pick the best option for the best project. So that will certainly be going into our work to reassess the current STIP we're delivering, as well as how do we plan for that as we're building out the next STIP for 2730. And then finally, you've heard on the external side the review, the external review. We've also initiated, which will begin on April 1st, we believe, a review with FHWA specific to our bridge program. Just met with them this week. Earlier this week to assess the scope of that work. And very much appreciate our FHWA partners in coming alongside us and bringing some national resources into that review for us. And then finally, we're planning to be in front of the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee. Certainly Commissioner Smith knows that group well as she leads it, having a little more in-depth discussion around how do we align this work we're doing with transparency and our performance monitoring ongoing with the CIAC as a critical partner for us.
And we have breakdowns with a little bit more detail about many of these actions. And I guess maybe time check. We can go through those individual slides and individual actions, or we can take questions.
What would like the commission like?
I don't think we need to see the details, but some discussion might be helpful.
That'd be great.
So let's open up to discussion, questions from the commission. Anybody? Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I'm delighted with this conversation. I'm really happy with this because when I think about the maturity of organizations, whatever the organization happens to be, when we think about what do we want to be, we want to be world class. We want to be recognized as being a high performance organization. And, you know, it begins with self-awareness and humility. Because no matter how good we get at doing what we do, if we present something that we've done particularly well and we finish the paragraph by saying, but we can do better, that's where we'll just get better, better, and better. And, you know, we're in a business of problems. And we can't prevent all the problems. What we really need to be known for is how we react to them. So I think, you know, money's going to be limited forever. I mean, that's the environment that we're going to be in. We just need to get more and more efficient. And this is what we're talking about. How do we get, you know, the best bang for our buck? And Tova, when you said we need to do a better job, it was like, oh, this is just music to my ears, because that's where the journey all begins. To say, okay, we're not defensive. You weren't the least bit defensive about the spot we're in now. So, you know, those things, for us to be world class, we've got to have self-awareness, humility. We got to ask for help when we need help, bring in some consultants, show them everything, and be really disappointed if they don't point out some big problems that we can improve on. And then transparency, all the way. You know, these are huge things. And what is this? This is all about culture, right? So if this becomes part of our culture, now I was thinking too, you ought to save this on a thumb drive somewhere, because 2 years from now, we want to go through we want to play that presentation and then have you go boom, 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 boom. Here's what we've learned. Here's what we've changed. Here's what we're doing. And then finish it all by saying, but we can do better. So that's my 2 cents.
Appreciate those remarks. Thank you, Commissioner.
Other comments? I just want to circle back to the director this morning when you talked to us about coming in and having some peers look at what we're doing and try to identify areas that we need improvement in. And it's a hard pill to swallow sometimes for managers to actually realize that, hey, there is a better way to do this, or we've been doing it wrong. I'm thrilled because I think since the time I started on the commission, I was always one of the commissioners that asked, why is the scope wrong? Why do we have to amend? Why do we do the STIP the way we do it? Because obviously it's not working and we're constantly, under budget on everything. And it just dominoed to a point where can't do it this way anymore. And I think that once we grasp with the reality of that and really look at our project lists, and when it's been painful, and I know, and Travis is up next, it's going to get really painful for him and for us. But the bottom line is that I think that we need a reality check. The Oregonians need a reality check of where we are today and how we got here. And if we're going to improve our transportation network, we're going to have to do the hard things. So now we have to do it. But I think the right team is in place. So thank you for being humble and owning it. It's not an easy place to be sometimes, but with that owning it comes results. And so then you have to turn it and deal with it. Yeah. Well,
I was just going to offer a few things, Madam Chair. So, one, thank you for the comments. I think part of this certainly is the reason for the review and the reason why I want to hear it directly, because while we've got a lot of ideas around it, I think at times some of those ideas do create a defensive posture or do create a desire to come up with a reason why something is over, right? I mean, the easy button is escalation and inflation have impacted our projects. That's true. But that can also be true while we've also mismanaged some of them. And I'll just use the word directly because not paying attention to the scope or letting scope creep or any of those elements is not management. And I would say that the project management discipline is really the convergence of experience and judgment helping you make decisions, but it's always a decision. Everything through the project management lifecycle is decisions. It's how you make them, what you're using for the basis of them, and then what those decisions do to impact the next decision. If we're not asking ourselves those questions, and if we're not owning the fact that we should be better, then we're just looking for the easy excuses. And I think that's the part that I want to see in the review.
Vice Chair.
Well, I appreciate where you're coming from on this. And I'm thinking back to 2017 when we created the CIC, was the whole idea of looking at projects. But I also recognize that it's the difficulty where you're starting out working with communities or whatever and coming up with conceptually we need to do this overpass or we need to do this bridge or something like that. And you just haven't done the background work on it. And my experience is that those usually always, that estimate is less than what it actually costs, so dealing with that. But the other extreme would be if you want to cut that off is to overestimate the cost, which then limits the projects that come under review and all that. And it's just that that distancing and, you know, the things we talked about earlier about you just don't, if you haven't engineered it, if you haven't done the geotech on it, you just don't really know completely what you're getting into. But the process is, Commissioner Baker said, of just kind of owning that and continuously looking at that, I think is a very positive thing. And I think we do have to look at the construction techniques that we've been using. There are other ways to limit the risk, you know, CMGC and others. We have to take a look at that. And I'm really interested to see what the review comes back and suggesting that.
And I think the thing that I would add is if you go into a bathroom remodel and you think it's going to cost you $500, that dictates the way you make decisions about getting to that solution. But if you go in and you know it's going to be a $10,000 remodel, you might choose differently. And we as people that are stewards of these projects and the ones that are supposed to deliver it, we need to tell Oregonians what it is. A little bit to the get real comment. If they don't know that it's a $10,000 improvement, then they might make a decision that says we start that project and 5 others that then put us in a box.
Okay. Great. Anything else for us?
I think, Chair, just we've got a final slide, if we could go to that on slide 25, Lisa, because I think this is the appropriate place to kind of land this conversation today in my mind, of just our commitment. There's other details in here that we'll skip over, but it's certainly part of your record. But if we go to slide 25, it's really our commitment to deal with this situation and to the comments that are made today. Coming back to you all with how are we sharing that in a very transparent way? I think Chair Brown made the comment too a couple weeks ago. Through the pandemic and through this crazy inflation, we sort of hid some of the impacts, and not hid them on purpose, but a bit of like, what's our format that we're sharing? Here's what we're wrestling with. And I think I hear that from the commission. You all, I think, want to know what we're wrestling with at a high level. So how are we creating that opportunity to bring you that level of information? You're going to hear the term dashboard quite a bit over the next few months of how are we conveying our information agency-wide, but for this topic, specific to our project delivery performance in a way that's easy to understand, but also not being afraid to share some of our challenges. So that's a big part of our lift moving forward. We've got a couple legacy projects that we're going to have to bring you in May in terms of options to potentially resolve some of our challenges. So I don't want to hide that. We'll be bringing that in May, a couple projects that certainly have been challenging for us. Some other opportunities as we think about the current step we're in, as well as my comment earlier of the next step, we're just getting ready to start scoping that. So keeping the commission apprised of that. We've got that on your long-range planning calendar already as kind of a check on where we are with 2730. And then how are we communicating this out, not only to you all, the public, and certainly at CIAC conversation. So with that, I appreciate the time, the feedback, and I think that concludes our remarks. Anything else?
That's it. I think the one thing you'll see is a lot of times we're criticized by public comment. So people come in, they say we're not transparent, that we're not sharing. They don't understand how we got into the position we are, how the budget could be off that much, how the project could be off that much. By being transparent, owning it, it will bring down that conversation. And then the trust will be built with the public. And I think we're at a place where we need to be very transparent, own what we own, that what has happened, and then move forward. So thank you. And, you know, we're in it all together, including the commission. So don't be afraid to be transparent.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Although I just told them to be transparent, Mr. Don't depress me, okay?
Well, then I don't know what we got here.
All right.
No, just kidding. So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue, Finance, and Compliance.
And I'm Russ Kassler. I'm ODOT's budget manager.
So we're going to go fairly quickly through this budget presentation today because you have the materials in front of you, but we wanted to give you an update on the status of the budget. One thing I really want to emphasize before we get going, much like Ms. Baker did with her policy option or with her legislative concept, we're bringing you a list of policy option packages for you to review and essentially to move on to the next stage in the process, which is for us to include them in the agency request budget, which then you will approve at your June meeting. It's important to note that you're moving them to the next stage of the process, but ultimately goes through the ARB process, to the governor's budget, and then on to the legislature. So you're really the first stop, the first review point to make sure that we have done our homework, that we're bringing forward reasonable requests that match agency priorities and that match the needs of the public through this process. One of the things I'll also note before we start on the policy option packages is that all of the numbers, particularly for positions, are estimates because we do not yet have the budget instructions that give us the ability to actually firmly cost out those positions. So we will be doing the additional work over the course of the next couple of months to get the firm numbers that will be then included in the agency request budget. So next slide, please. So today we're going to walk through just a little bit about the budget context, which you already know, and apparently I can't say much because then I will press the chair. We will walk through the 6 individual policy option package proposals that are actually 5, because one of them will not be moving forward. I do want to give you just a bit about what didn't make the cut because of our budget shortfalls. What are we not investing in the agency that's important for you to know because it's going to have ripple effects downstream. And then I will save the worst for last and let Mr. Kassler be the truly depressing guy who gets to give you a sense of the revenue shortfall in the interest of being fully transparent about what we're seeing as we develop the budget. So next slide, please. Let's start with a little bit about the context. You know this in general that our operational expenditures continue to inflate faster than the revenue. Costs are going up and revenues are flat or declining, and that is a recipe for a fiscal shortfall. The budget office, as they're running the numbers, anticipates a significant state highway shortfall for our O&M functions when we have the current service level phase of the budget. So Russ will walk you through that and talk about what the size and scope of that is and what the implications are for that as we try to propose then how the legislature could buy those shortfalls back, essentially. As a result of this situation with the budget, which is something we've known for 4 years, we've been very public and transparent that we were going to be getting to this point and knew that the 25-27 budget would likely be where we would be, where we would actually hit that point of essentially zero balances in the state highway fund and an ongoing shortfall. We have very limited opportunities for new or expanded programs. So what we are bringing forward as POPs are not necessarily the top priorities of the public or of even of the agency for where we would love to expand service. They are simply the areas where we have different revenue streams other than the state highway fund where we can bring those resources to bear in order to pay for the services that are proposed. So all of these POPs are essentially, an increase to our base budget, but we have to be very picky and choosy. We have not only just limited state highway funds, we have negative state highway funds, so we have to find other sources in order to put forward a POP. Next slide, please. You have a summary of all the POPs in your packet, so we're going to walk through these very quickly. Just a couple minutes on each, and then we will go into the further conversation. The first POP that we recommend to the commission is the interstate bridge replacement, additional positions to oversee really the construction phase of the project as we're now getting into that area. We already received some positions for development of the interstate bridge. This also included in that $255 million is the request for the next tranche of general obligation bonds that were approved under Section 5 of HB 5005 from 2023, including the debt service be paid out of the general fund. So the positions would be paid for out of those bond proceeds and the federal grant money, including the recent mega grant. We could likely use some of the funds from that source.
Yes.
Thanks. When we're proposing increasing, 255 million, how does that reconcile with what Washington is contributing? So how do we know what's our share, what's their share, what?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, it's an excellent question. And basically, we are going halvesies on this project. Officially, that we have agreed to split the staffing. So the number of positions here are roughly commensurate with what WashDOT is going to be bringing forward as well. And then the overall state contribution is expected $1 billion from each state. The legislature in Washington has approved that. The legislature in Oregon has approved that. In any given time period, one state typically goes a little bit ahead of the other, but we match each other overall. So this biennium, for example, we may go a little bit ahead or behind of WashDOT, depending on how this money spends out. But right now, we are basically on pace to move forward together at the same pace.
So is this 255 million part of the billion?
Yes.
Okay.
It is the second tranche. So 250 million of that is the second tranche of the bonds that the legislature authorized at the end of 2023.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. I noted that there was one POP that was not going to be moving forward. This slide was in the deck when the announcement came out on Monday. We did not take it out because we wanted to be very explicit that we will not be going forward with additional positions for tolling at this time. In fact, we're going to be pulling back. We won't be filling positions that are vacant in the toll program, and we'll be potentially abolishing some of those programs depending on how things play out over the next year. So this will not be an area that we make an ask. If the legislature were to provide further direction to toll, then we would work in any additional positions we would need to operate the toll system into the next funding package.
Sure. Vice Chair.
So won't there be some level of cost with Oregon paying its share of the cost to Washington if they're going to administer it?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, those costs are built into the IVR budget. So what we have is a toll program with multiple components. The back office system, which was called the statewide toll program, was a scalable system. And then each of the individual projects had a separate budget for tolling. So some of that money for IVR will be going into the toll, standing up tolling on the interstate.
Okay.
So next slide, please. And I will turn it over to Mr. Kassler.
So the next policy option package that's proposed to you is for the Public Transportation Division's core program delivery. PTD is an interesting division. Since House Bill 2017 passed, and the legislature made a significant investment of payroll tax revenue through what's called the STIF, that division has grown significantly in terms of its budget, not in terms of its resources. So even though it is our second largest division by budget, it has only 48 staff right now. And it has a lot of money that it needs to ensure gets safely, quickly to transit divisions, to transit authorities, and also needs to have more oversight, I think, as we found with issues like Sunset Transit. And so this is requesting 6 additional positions and 2 reclassifications of existing positions to support both the federal grants program and the STIF program. There's also a position here for high-speed rail, though that's a limited duration position. This particular POP would be paid for using a combination of STIF funds, federal funds, and the TOF.
So with that said, I know that there's a large set aside for administrative costs in the STIF. We made sure of that when we were set up. How much of the federal indirect and the TOF do we have to use?
So federal indirect there's a cost allocation. I believe it's just less than 4% right now. I think it's in the process of being renegotiated, so I don't know if it'll stay less than 4%. But that is the amount of the total federal grant program that can be used for indirect costs for the agency. So, and then as a percentage share between STIF and federal, I'd have to go back to the division and find out.
And Chair Brown, I believe that that was actually changed in the bill 2021, where we had to make some changes because FTA does not allow you to have a lower administrative
Correct.
cost coming out of state funds than out of federal funds. So those have been evened out now at, I think, as Mr. Castro said, about 4%. So that $1.5 million would likely increase that 4% a little bit. We can look to get some numbers as to what we think it would be because both the STIF and FTA funding are going up. While it would likely, certainly the number is a little bit higher on the total costs because both funding sources are growing, it may not raise that percentage by very much.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear so people understood that we're paying our way there
Yes.
as far as transit. Thank you.
Next slide. So this is, I know, a particular program of interest around the state. It's a small program, but it does really good things. It's the Rural Veterans Healthcare Transportation Grant Program. It became a dedicated program in 2019, I believe, but the funding became a permanent part of our budget in the 23-25 biennium. It doesn't have a dedicated resource. So PTD is requesting one additional position to manage this particular grant program. It's a lottery fund funded program. We're also, because it's a popular program that's slightly oversubscribed, this is a joint POP with ODVA, with the Veterans Affairs Department. We're looking to increase the amount of available grant funds by $150,000 for the biennium. So the combined cost of the position and the increased amount of grant funding would be about $0.4 million. Next slide. So this is a complement to what you heard about earlier today. So the legislature during this past short session approved 26 limited duration positions for DMV to dedicated to real issues to help with the surge in anticipation of that May 2025 implementation date. We have a POP proposed here that would extend those limited duration positions 6 months into the 25-27 biennium. So we want to make sure that there is additional coverage through the 2025 holiday travel season. And that is all this POP does. Next slide. I think this is our last POP, and this is the Teen Driver Education Program. So this accompanies one of the legislative concepts that you heard about. With the Transportation Safety Office's request to increase the reimbursement rate for teen driver education providers, we need the commensurate amount of expenditure limitation to be able to make those payments to reimburse at a higher rate. So that's all this POP does. All
right. So it's really important to note that those are some fairly modest requests across the agency. There were certainly other things that we considered and did not bring forward, and some things that we weren't even considered because we knew we did not have the resource for them. Because of that lack of O&M funds, really does prevent from investing in additional staff and in capital expenditures. So 2 items I just wanted to make very clear. Under this POP, we're essentially not making any major investments in our IT systems, which are in need of modernization. We know that we have a financial system that needs to be replaced. It's on an old mainframe. We have a truck registration system that needs to be replaced that would have significant customer service benefits and probably even over the long term save us money by having a much more efficient system. And yet we don't have the money to invest to save money in the long run. Similarly, on the facilities front, I included a picture here of the snow blower that you got to see out at Meacham in that nearly, I think it was nearly century-old facility that could not fit into the building. We are in a state of significant disinvestment in our facilities. I talked to our facilities manager the other day. He said we're replacing over the 16 years through the end of the time where we'll replace the South Coast facility. We're going to replace 2 of our 88 maintenance stations in a 16-year period. That's a 700-year replacement cycle. These buildings are not going to last 700 years. And so we will be doing basically minor maintenance rather than major capital upgrades or replacement of those. And the list could go on and on. We're not making major investments in DMV services other than continuing to try to drive services online and do the Real ID. So we are really in a place where most things are not making the cut, and we are disinvesting in significant portions of the agency that will need some investment. Before I turn it over to Russ, we now turn to the challenging part of the shortfall that we see next in the main portion of the State Highway Fund. We want to be transparent. We don't want to depress you, but we do want to be transparent about the numbers as we're making the calculations. I really do caution folks. It is not time for freaking out in the sense that we are working very closely with the legislature and the governor's office on options for transportation funding in the future. So while the number will be very large that you will see, we think we have an opportunity to try to close that gap with the legislative discussion that has now begun. So Russ, take it from here.
Next slide. So the early estimated range of the State Highway Fund revenue shortfall next biennium for the operations and maintenance functions of the agency is 500 to 600 million. This will trigger the development of revenue shortfall packages, what we call 70 packages or 70 packages that propose roughly 30% cuts across maintenance, special programs, DMV, Commerce and Compliance Division, Support Services Division, Finance and Budget, ODOT Headquarters, and the Office of Equity and Civil Rights. Those are significant reductions that we have to plan for as required by the budget process. We will be working very closely with division administrators to identify what those reductions look like, because not only do we have to identify the cuts, we have to build corresponding what are called restoration policy option packages. So we want to identify the exact programs or offices, maintenance stations that would be closed under those reductions so that the legislature has transparency in what we would lose, what we would have to cut from service level, and what they would have the opportunity to buy back through additional revenue in the 2025 legislative session. I have a disclaimer here because I work in budgets. Current service level budget will be developed in May, so it is not a thing that we have today. We just, as of now, are having budget kickoff meeting with the state CFO, and that includes getting the budget instructions. We will have those today, so we will get to do the really hard, earnest work of estimating all of our costs for the agency in 2025-27. We will be doing revenue estimation. We have early access to the April forecast, so we were able to start incorporating April revenue forecasts. Unfortunately, the State Highway Fund was down slightly in the April forecast, so that didn't help us. But there are a number of factors that could change that range slightly, but that's the range that we're narrowing in on. We'll continue to refine those forecasts and beginning balances, and we also have to work closely with the governor's office and CFO on the amount of remaining balance or ending balance that we need to leave ourselves in that portion of our budget as well, which will affect the amount of shortfalls.
You get the last one. Oh. No, do I get the last one? I get the last one. So we will bring you the final versions of the POPs along with full agency request budget details, as well as the allocation of the Transportation Operating Fund and how we recommend allocating that at the June meeting for your review and approval. The OTC chair gets to certify those documents prior to submission to the Department of Administrative Services in August. And then it is essentially in the hands of the governor. Governor Kotek and her team will develop the 25-27 governor's budget for the executive branch agencies published by December 1st. So next slide, please.
I think at this point we need.
Yes, we're happy to answer any questions, and we recommend your approval of the policy option packages for the 25-27 agency request budget.
So first we'll go with questions. Questions or comments? Vice Chair.
Just the IBR, is that likely to be a CMGC?
So it's a good question, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. At this point, it's likely to be somewhere between 20 and 30 overall contracts, actually. So it will probably range from a multitude of different contract types. We are working right now with WashDOT and the IBR team to figure out what is the best procurement method. Design builds on the table, accelerated design build, CMGC, but CMGC would be tough for Rich, to be honest.
With the combined project, what's the likely staffing to oversee those contracts?
Numbers?
Yeah.
I think at full reach in the construction phase, you're looking at probably, I'm guessing at this point, but you're looking at probably about 100 staff between the two DOTs alone, and then you'd have consultant contract oversight staff as well. It's a lot of work.
Any additional questions or comments?
One comment, I have a strong bias towards investment in technology to improve efficiency. And with the pace of technology and the tools that are available and becoming available, I hate to see the subject of technology in whole cloth eliminated from the conversation. There's probably some low-hanging fruit that we can do relative to technology that would really be helpful to you guys.
Commissioner Baker, we agree, and I should not imply that we are going to wholesale pull back from technology. It was more that the types of projects that would require legislative authorization from a POP, larger scale technology modernization projects are not included in the budget.
Okay.
We will continue to make improvements. We expect, DMV is still in the process of rolling out their kiosk project, and we'll continue to make incremental improvements throughout their customer service operations. But things like that truck registration system, we are still going to be pursuing that. We have enough money to go forward into sort of the development phase, and then have opportunities to potentially apply for federal grants. And so we're going to keep that one going and preserve the opportunity to implement that if and when additional resources come available from the federal level or the state level in order to move forward as one of those pieces of low-hanging fruit that really has a pretty substantial return on investment, both for our customers and for our Commerce and Compliance Division.
For the OREGO program, from the technology perspective, is that a program that can scale up, or are we talking about one of those that would be a major investment? I mean, I think fewer than 1,000 users of it.
Yeah.
It's more of a test system in my mind than it is a production system.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, you're absolutely right. It is really more of a test bed program right now that we can scale up. It would take some additional investment, though. In fact, one of the areas that was of interest to us was the conjunction between the OREGO program with road usage charging and tolling. And a back office system that we built for tolling might have been usable as a customer relationship management system for road usage charging as well. And so we will be looking at what we would need to scale that up. In all the proposals that have come forward in the past from the User Fee Task Force and legislators, we have asked for several years from any date that they would decide to go live to the actual time where we would be collecting a mandatory road usage charge from thousands or hundreds of thousands of users would require some time to further develop that technology. both on the back office side and on the in-vehicle side, the interface between getting that data from the vehicle into the back office will take some work.
Okay, good to know.
Well, you didn't depress me. Either I'm becoming desensitized to these conversations, or I think that we can take one bite at a time and get through this huge elephant that's in the room. With that said, I think you need a motion for us to accept the policy option package, and so I'm looking for a motion to accept the POP as presented. Anyone?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I was gonna say, wow. I wasn't sure where we were going with that. Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor and pushing forward the policy, the POP, say aye.
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 Aye. You have your business.
We appreciate it. We'll be back in June for further discussion.
All right. Well, with all that said, our next commission meeting will be in Ontario, Oregon on May 9th. And at this moment, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Safe travels to everyone.
Safe travels. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The recording
Bye.
Not too bad. Just an hour early.